What is up? What is up? What is up, everybody? Day 2. I'm super stoked. What are you guys' thoughts been going on in your head after this draft? This hit day 2.
Oh, you forgot to mention you're JC and we're the company, by the way.
Yeah, you are the company. I'm JC, and this is the company. What's up, Coach Craig? What's up, Anthony? How y'all doing?
Just taking it all in.
I mean,
Been interesting
being a
day one.
Bears fan, you happy with the QB selected?
I am. So wrapped my head around it for a while now. Like the pairing with Odunze. I think it worked out as good as could have been expected.
Yeah, I agree with there.
I think
I like Odunze a lot. Go ahead, Coach.
I think the thing with Odunze too is like if you can just use him and DJ Moore in 2 wide receiver sets and limit like the amount of snaps that Keenan Allen has to be on the field, and then utilize him as best as possible in those critical situations instead of him playing 80+% of the snaps. Maybe he's playing 60% as kind of that wide receiver 3 in the slot and kind of working his way around too. And they got so many different ways to do that. And they can go with the 2 tight end sets now with Kmet and Gerald Everett too as well.
Yeah, so the way the offense lines up, of course, I think Odunze is a perfect X. DJ has always been the Z. Keenan runs the majority of his snaps out of the slot anyway. So it gives Caleb a nice 2-read, 3-read, 1-read, 2-read throw kind of thing. DeAndre Swift out of the backfield.
Yeah.
It's a good setup for a rookie quarterback. I mean, it's not quite as good as what the Vikings have with Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison and TJ Hawkinson and Aaron Jones. But I think the Caleb Williams talent definitely trumps McCarthy's talent. But I think situationally, I think the Vikings were the clear winners for day one. Got the QB that they had identified as their guy and arguably the best defensive player in the draft to come in and fill a need. I think was, again, probably about as good as they could expect and really didn't have to give up too much to get the guys.
I mean, I feel like they gave up enough, I think, to go get the guys that they wanted and to fill needs. I think that, like, my worry going to this draft was that they were going to do something stupid and trade both of their first round picks to move way up to get somebody that they could have waited on. And I'm glad that they didn't get jumpy and that they were just patient. I mean, that was that Brett, that made me feel way more comfortable with this regime. Them just like, all right, we're going to stick to our guns. We're going to hope that he falls. If he's there and we have a potential to maybe jump up and get him like 1 or 2 spots, that's cool. And then they got to keep their, 23rd pick, and then they got to move up a little bit there too, right? And they made that jump up 17 and got their guy. I mean,
I'll say the one concern though is going from 23 to 17. They did give away a lot in that trade. And I think it was PFF was kind of talking about it too. Just credit to them because it's like when you look at that trade over the long term, 66% of the time, the Vikings lose that trade over the course of time.
Yeah, over history.
And most trades that get accepted are, around about 52 to 54% range. So it is pretty heavy there. The one concern is next year with the Vikings, they don't have a 2nd round pick, they don't have a 3rd round pick, and they don't have a 4th round pick next year. You're going to get a comp pick back for Kirk Cousins. So trading away the 3rd is like whatever at that point in time, because they're going to have a pick that's going to be between the 3rd and the 4th round next year because Kirk Cousins left in free agency. So they'll at least get that back, but it's a lot to give up, especially when you look at the 6 spot difference. And then like the fact that they were patient on JJ and then they moved up the 1 spot, you could argue here or there for that, but there was, some rumblings that, the Broncos could move up to 10 to, obviously jump them for JJ because there was a lot of rumors they liked JJ too, but they just felt comfortable staying where they were at and either picking whoever fell to them, which they ultimately ended up with Bo Nix. And if you want to go down a big rabbit hole there, Bo Nix is 24. Zach Wilson is also 24. He's only 6 months older than Bo Nix. It's kind of crazy.
Sean Payton was talking about basically they were doing an interview with him and he was basically talking about how he was actually just making calls and basically talking about how he was going to jump up, but he never was really, he said as long as Bo Nix was there, he was going to get Bo Nix. And he felt like he could still get him where they were. So he was trying to make I feel like he was just playing tricks. He thinks he's this guy who can just teach, quarterbacks to be insanely good. So,
I mean, for the most part, he has too. Like if you just take away Taysom Hill, if you look at most of the quarterbacks that played under Sean Payne, Tony Romo in Dallas, he turned out pretty good. They're both Eastern Illinois guys, but let's see. Drew Brees obviously Drew Brees was good beforehand, but he got elevated under Sean Payne too.
Yeah.
Jameis had his best season, you could argue, statistically, in terms of touchdown to interception ratio there. He was doing pretty good before he tore his ACL the one year. And even as much as people like to rag on Andy Dalton, that year that he was playing there with them, it was one of his best years in recent history. So there is a lot to be had there outside of Taysom Hill, but that's Taysom Hill, so we're not going to write too much about that. I had another thought too, but you're talking about how he's trying to like big brain and make everybody think like it. But here's the worst case scenario. What happens worst case scenario though for the Broncos if the Raiders jump up to 10, they draft somebody at 10, and then the Vikings draft somebody at 11, and you're just at 12 sitting there with your hands and you're just sitting on your hands, and then you don't have nobody at that point. That's not what ended up happening, but that could have been an easy, realistic situation.
Yeah, I didn't see the Raiders going quarterback, right? Because I feel like their guy was Penix, and he went. So I felt like they were going to immediately change directions there. Like, It's like I knew McCarthy was falling to us. I'm like, oh, this is the sweetest thing that could have happened. Just like, when Doomsday fell to you, it's like, oh my God, like, how did this happen?
Right.
It's just like it just fell into your lap.
Yeah, the
Same
Raiders
thing happened with the Eagles. They got.
I'm the same way. I think the Raiders really got kind of thrown a curveball with Penix going as early as he did. I think they thought that they'd be able to sit and still have a choice, if not a choice of two guys, they'd have at least their guy up there. So when the board fell the way it did, I think that they did what a smart organization does, and they just took the best player on the board, regardless of position. And it's hard to say that at that point in the draft that Bowers wasn't the best player on the board. I don't think it's a position, it was a position of need. I'm going to be curious how it works out, how they line everybody up this year. But yeah, I think the Raiders were kind of the one team that got hurt the most with that crazy Atlanta selection.
Yeah, well, if you listen to kind of what the Raiders, what was coming out to, they were really interested in trading up for Jaden Daniels. That didn't happen, but the backstory there, Antonio Pierce recruited him to Arizona State way back in the day, and then Michael Penix was their guy if they weren't able to trade up for Daniels, and then obviously Penix went earlier. So they were just kind of at this point, it's like, we'll just kind of take whatever falls to us at this point in time. They got a good player in Brock Bowers. I think it could ultimately end up working out pretty well there. But there's the one big wild card of Luke Getsy's the offensive coordinator, and I don't trust him.
Yeah,
you probably don't either.
As a Bears fan, I can say I don't trust him at all.
I don't know.
Are you happy that the Bears have a decent offensive play caller for once in Shane Waldron?
I love it. I had this discussion last night while we were out, and I've had it with online with a few people. I was like, when I talk about the Bears surrounding Caleb Williams with the tools to succeed, one of those tools is a competent offensive coordinator, someone who can develop a plan that meets skill sets. And one thing that Shane Waldron has always done is build a viable offensive system. His last 2 or 3 stops always has 2,000-yard receivers. They're a little more pass heavy than run, which is fine. I mean, let the kid create. That's what he does. But you've got, like I said, this is a different Bears regime. They're going about things differently than they have in the past, even going back just as recently as Justin Fields. You look at the situation that Fields walked into versus what Caleb Williams is walking into. It's a totally different feel around the team than what it was then.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like this is a good way to start, developing a new team. I mean, obviously, Keenan Allen's older. He'll be gone maybe 2 years, maybe 1 year. Who knows? But
yeah, but I'll even say like with
I think it's good for Caleb just because he has someone like that with so much, confidence as a receiver, knows really good route runner, like
Yep.
confident with his hands. And then you also have that, DJ Moore, who's like ridiculous after the catch, like that guy you kind of want to, if you need to throw it to him wherever, he can kind of do whatever without after the ball. And then you bring in Dunze. Man, this is going to be, I mean, you can't even forget Cole Kmet, like this team this offense is looking pretty. I mean, the North is looking pretty stout right now.
And then we can't forget that after the Montez Sweat trade last year, the Bears defense was a top 8 defense down the stretch. I mean, this is a team that's built to compete. I mean, the North as a division it's wild this year. I mean, it's hard to argue against the Lions being the cream of the crop, just based off of what they did last year. And of course, the Packers are always going to be the Packers. But the North could be one of the most competitive divisions in the league.
And
so, go ahead.
Well, I think the Bears have kind of built the right way now, though. Like, if you look at what the guys they brought in this offseason, they brought in a lot of high character guys, too, whether it's Keenan Allen, Kevin Byard. I think they overpaid Byard personally, but that's a story for a different day. But he was the first safety that really got signed, though, too. So you didn't know what the market was going to look like. It was either going to look like a really good deal or kind of an overpay. I think it ended up just in the middle. Safeties got paid decent, probably more than I expected, especially after all of them kind of got cut. That's a story for a whole different day. I think they're building out this team, this offense the right way. And if you look at the offense itself, you have a ton of chain movers on this team. So you got Keenan Allen, you got Cole Kmet. Dunze can be a chain mover. He can be a jump ball. He can be, a contest guy that can win that. Swift can move the chains, obviously. There's a lot of good pieces here. Ultimately, it just comes down to the Caleb Williams and that interior of that offensive line, honestly.
Yep. That's where I expect the Bears to address with their pick in the 3rd round. I think interior offensive line is the most glaring hole that I see. You need to put another edge rusher on the other side of Montez Sweat, but that interior O line, it's they've tried to band-aid it, with their signings this year. Let's be honest. Cody Whitehair was, he was just a revolving door. So it's hard to argue.
Guy.
You got Bills' pick is in, so we're just waiting on the Bills pick.
Yeah, it's hard to argue that. You could say that almost anybody would be an improvement over that, but how big of an improvement is it really?
I think, they brought in, was it Coleman Shelton Coleman? I always mix him up because he's got like 2 last names.
Right.
But, he's a guy that's familiar with the scheme, so I don't think he's not going to be bad. He played decent for the Rams last year, but that's the best we've seen out of him so far, too.
Yeah, I think
traded for Bates that on the cheap. So, like, they have options there, but I still think they add the interior offense line. I know, JC, if you want to pull up Pete's comment there, too, he said he was saying about it ties into this anyways, because he was saying I hope the Bears somehow trade back into the 2nd to get the center Jackson Towers.
I don't know why. It's not letting me. So when I backed out, all of a sudden when I jumped back in, it wasn't letting me see anybody's comments anymore.
I think that's a Twitter comment, too. Can you throw Twitter ones up anymore?
Yeah, it should be up there. I saw it. So the thing is I saw it right before I jumped out, and then all of a sudden it was gone.
Yeah. I would love to say that the Bears should jump in.
Hold on, I'm gonna jump out. Hold on.
For JPJ, they just don't have the ammo.
I don't think you need to do it in this class either, though, because there are a decent amount of center options that you can get round 3 or later too.
I agree.
Mason McCormick's out of South Dakota State. He played guard primarily there, but he called all this stuff. He took center snaps at the Shrine Bowl. He might go end of round 2, but he has a chance to go in the 3rd. He would be a decent scheme fit. And then trying to think, Hunter Norstadt, the Penn State center. He could be an interesting fit too. There's a lot of guys later on that you could look at.
Yeah,
if you're looking for somebody that's even just got experience. Cedric Van Pran led that offensive line for Georgia for
that's a name I've heard discussed quite a bit.
Yeah, there's a lot of options. Let's put it that way. We've had some really good center classes the last couple of years. I'm not sure this one's the strongest, but last 3 to 4 years we've had some really good center classes or guys that can play guard and center.
The Bills
So
just
they
went
took
with
Keon
Keon
Coleman.
Okay. I need to do my Bills rant here at some point, though. So I was very interested when they traded back twice. Obviously, it's really, really interesting when you trade back with Kansas City, who's like your main rival, and they take a wide receiver in your spot, which is Xavier Worthy. I don't think the Bills wanted Xavier Worthy. There was a lot of buzz that they didn't think, or they had questions about him playing in the cold weather, but that's a story for a different day. When Xavier Worthy catches a 50-yard touchdown versus you in the AFC Championship, you'll probably cry about it later, but not getting too far down Xavier Worthy rabbit hole. So they trade back, get to 32. They trade back to 33 again. I think there's an interesting paradigm that we need to talk about, especially with first-round wide receivers, because you have the fifth-year option, and wide receivers are getting expensive right now. So Devonta Smith, $25 million, AJ Brown, $32 million. A lot of these guys getting $30 million now. If you can get a game-changing wide receiver in the first round and get that fifth-year option, that's an extra year of control. We need to start looking at that like we look at the quarterback position. Teams trading back in for that, especially in years where we do have good wide receiver classes, because that's an extra year of control. Obviously, you have to add in a little bit of the aspect that wide receivers are kind of divas and want their extension early. So that's, they want to hold out and all that stuff. That adds in a different wrinkle to it. But I think it was just very interesting. I was very interested to see who the Bills would take after they trade back twice. I was of the mindset they did not like AD Mitchell if they were just trading back twice, because they would just took
somebody needs to check on Rico because the Chargers just made a trade.
So here's my one question about here's a reason maybe why they took this kid. Here's my reason. So if they said he had a bunch of punt return yards.
Yep.
So do you think with the new kickoff return, this is going to be changing a lot of people's decisions, to maybe take guys quick like that, can be perfect for kick, he might be a guy that just like, all right, we're just going to use him for both.
Yeah, I think
on special teams, and he'll come in and he'll immediately just be that guy because
I think the new kickoff rules are more impact the rest of the kickoff as opposed to the returner. You're still going to have the same type of return guy, your shiftier guys, but it's going to be you're going to see more linebackers, more off-ball linebackers, more. Team might carry an extra tight end for that because it's going to be a lot more open field blocking and open field just movement.
The Chargers made a trade.
You might even see some of your more athletic offensive linemen out there on kickoff.
Or maybe you see some of, maybe these teams carry like an extra defensive end, that like third string defensive end, and they get out there too. There's more athletic guys blocking.
Yeah.
This team's going to be.
So yeah, I like Coleman a fair bit.
Like this.
Yeah, I think Coleman's a good fit for what the Buffalo offense does. They needed a big body guy.
He's almost like your prototypical Gabe Davis replacement. Like,
yeah, that's exactly where I was going to go. He just kind of fits that same mold. No.
So I thought it was kind of interesting, like as they kept trading back though, because I'm like, okay, so they don't like AD Mitchell, because if they liked him, they just take him in the first round and just be like, okay, we're done with this.
I think AD Mitchell I was never high on him. I wasn't super high on either of the Texas receivers.
He's got a lot of baggage. Let's put it that way.
He does
a lot of baggage. Were you done with the Texas wide receiver thought, or I don't want to cut you off too much there?
I got distracted by watching Ladd McConkey be drafted by the Chargers. The Texas receivers, they're both. I think they're both solid. I don't think either one of them, in my evaluation, I didn't have either one of them ranked as a first round wide receiver. I thought that Xavier Worthy would get overdrafted there just based off of that speed.
Dude, Ladd McConkey, dude.
In my write up this morning,
Chargers just took Ladd.
In my write up this morning, of all the receivers, I think Xavier Worthy is one that lands in kind of a custom made fantasy landing spot for him,
Mhm.
putting him in that Kansas Chiefs, the Chiefs offense with Patrick Mahomes. Um, it's a perfect fit. It does something that offense has been lacking the last 2 years, and I
Mhm.
think Andy Reid realized that he wasn't able to be as creative without that speed element. So
And now
this
that
offseason, they went and got Hollywood Brown.
yeah,
They went and got now Xavier Worthy. They've got that speed that they've been missing. So you're going to see Travis Kelsey with he's going to be running over the middle of the field almost free again because
Dude,
they're
Mhm.
not going to be able to load up like that. So um, I, I commented elsewhere that I think as you look in drafts, Patrick Mahomes is actually going to be a value quarterback
Mhm.
pick this year just based off of last year's numbers, and because he was not a great fantasy quarterback last year, and he's going to be this year. But
what are y'all's thoughts on this pick?
I love Lad McConkey. I thought Lad McConkey would have been the pick for the 49ers. I think he fits into that role perfectly. But to go to, is he the number one for the Chargers?
Well,
Uh,
Quentin Johnson definitely isn't.
it's not Johnson,
Like,
but I mean, it's between him and Palmer. Like, it might be Palmer to start, but Ladd might take over pretty soon. Like,
like I'm a big fan of McConkey's. I like Lad McConkey's game. The question I have on him
Don't even show
is he
Palmer
a
up.
real target earner? Is he that dominant force? Because he was never that guy at Georgia. He was always second, third,
He's going to the
second
complete
or third on
opposite
the
side of the
team
world.
in targets. So
yeah.
that's something that projects well to the NFL. If you're not a target earner in college, are you going to be? How can you be expected to be a target earner in the NFL?
Mhm. And
So
I think it's a weird fit for him, like with the Chargers and like what you think Harbaugh and these guys are going to want to do too. Because like Ladd's probably going to be best out of the slot. Like, yes, he can push the field on the outside too, but like you're probably going to have him out there in 2 wide receiver sets. I'd assume, I guess, but
I mean,
it depends on Quinn. Like, it depends if Quinn takes any steps forward at
yeah,
all. Like, it could be him and Palmer on the outside to
you
start,
know,
and then
the funny thing about McConkey though, if you look at just the raw numbers,
Mhm.
I mean, he's almost a Garrett Wilson clone, and nobody talks about Garrett Wilson being a slot guy. Garrett Wilson is a number one. I
Mhm.
mean, he's that alpha, but you don't think of him and McConkey in that same vein simply because of how they played in college. Garrett Wilson's in college was a target earner.
Oh
Lad
yeah, he was.
McConkey was not. So I have some concerns about that for him. Um, I think he is a good secondary or
Atlanta
even a
made it great.
tertiary option.
Mhm.
But to be the primary guy, I don't know that I see it. That's why I liked him to the 49ers. Put him
Mhm.
at the 49ers, and it made a lot of sense. Putting him with the Chargers, it doesn't make as much sense to me.
It really depends on how they plan on using him. Like at the end of the day, I think that's gonna be very interesting with it.
In the Harbaugh state of mind, he is a good blocker.
Mhm.
So there's that.
Like,
So we've had a trade real quick. So we got a trade between the Falcons and the Cards.
oh, Falcons can make a trade now.
Is this Johnny Newton, Braden Fisk?
So who traded in so the car
Spencer Rattler.
trade back, right? What'd you say?
I think it has
I
to be
said
a
Spencer
defensive
Rattler.
player.
I said Spencer Rattler.
Like it has to be a defensive player, right?
But so Atlanta's trading up, correct?
Atlanta traded
Yes.
in, yeah.
Oh, there's a lot of people this could be, honestly, though.
Spencer Rattler.
I mean, it could be Cooper DeJean.
Are they
He already
actually
wears the red and
watch
black.
Atlanta actually take an edge here, and then it'll be like, to
What's
me,
up,
there's
Fish?
no edge worth taking right here.
What's up,
Like,
Fish?
like watch them take like trade up and draft Christian Braswell. I'm just like, no.
Hey,
I'm a little surprised that Johnny Newton didn't go last night to somebody.
It's
Ooh.
it's kind of a weird situation though because he had the foot injury, But like
Yeah.
he was able to go through all his drills after like Illinois Pro Day. He had a special visit.
Yeah.
He played through the injury the whole freaking year. I don't
whole
care how
year.
hurt it. Like the dude was still really good with a messed up foot. Like,
and I'm a University of Illinois fan. I mean, I watched his games, and the dude is an impact player. And if he's making that kind of an impact with that foot injury, like who? Oh, or Horo.
did they just take Rook?
They took Rook.
Or Roro. That
Roro
is
Reggie.
Why you trade up for that? Like that might be worse than Christian Braswell, honestly.
Right? They could have sat at 37, I think. They could have. They didn't need to move up for this.
And this is so for like people that don't know, Ruka Roro played at Clemson. He's a long defensive tackle, we'll call it. He's got all the traits in the world, but if you watch him on film, it's like not there, like 60% of the time. He's long an amazing and human being. He's an amazing human being. He's really smart. But like the third pick in the second round, no.
Yeah, he's long and lean, great traits. But I'm with you. When you put it on tape, he just disappears for long periods in the game.
And that's the whole Clemson defensive line's kind of been like that lately too. Like they got all these high guys that have all these traits. They're higher rated recruits, and then they only show up like a third of the time.
Yep. Yeah.
Just real quick before we get into another
player.
I was to say just real quick, anybody that's out there, we got 38 people in here right now, but make sure you go check out the Discord. We do have a Discord rolling right now. It's free. We're talking about the draft, reactions from the draft. People that are from different teams are in there talking. But we do also, if you do NBA, we also do have a room in there for NBA talks, and we also do have daily free bets. So come check us out at the Sports Affiliation. Appreciate y'all listening tonight, hanging out with us.
I'm trying to hop into the Discord as much as I can to stay interactive with y'all. So
it'll get rolling, man. We'll have some stuff because it'll be directed more towards, getting people in there, being interactive, and that'll kind of help direct things to our website. Your articles and stuff will be seen more. We can post things in there too, so people can see it directly. But it'll be nice. It'll be nice to kind of build a community on the Discord. I mean, it's nice having it on Twitter, but it's really hard to interact with everybody, in one place on Twitter. So it's kind of nice to try to build a little community and.
I've used
positive environment, try to build that positive
Discord for years for community building and for other things, but I try
to build one. It's a lot, but
it's
nice. We have Will now. Will's a big help. It's nice to have him. He's been a big help.
But if anybody's got any specific questions related to the draft, related to the pick, thoughts on, like if they want to hear more in depth about a player, just send some over to Discord and ask. I want to mention like one thing that happened today too. I don't know if you guys seen it, but former NFL offensive lineman Corey Cunningham was found dead earlier today at 28 years old. He spent the last 5 years between the Giants, the Cardinals, and the Patriots. 31 career starts or 31 games played. I can't remember which off the top of my head, but cause of death unknown at this point in time. But thoughts and prayers go out to him and his family. Only 28 years old.
Yeah, I missed that news.
Yeah, I just seen it was popping up before I got logged in here. So
I'm trying to load up I have my my Xbox is behind you guys. My TV is ahead here. Gonna get that.
I think because we talked about like Johnny Newton too, it's kind of like this interesting case of these three. There's like three really good players, three players that are probably first round talents that either had an injury and they're past the injury, or in the case of Kool-Aid McKinstry, he's still got the Jones fracture. I'm not sure if he actually is having surgery on it or not. I know they found it at the combine. He didn't even know he had it. And then he's like, I'm going to try to rest it, train up, and then run at Alabama Pro Day. And he actually ran decent, considering that his foot's messed up. But I'm not sure if he had the surgery after that or not. Then we had Johnny Newton.
I think he did have the surgery, so he's on schedule to be ready for training camp.
I think it's 8 or 9 week timeline on the Jones fracture usually. Don't quote me on that though. And then Johnny Newton, who had played through the foot injury during college, he got it fixed up. And then he kind of had that individual workout after Illinois' pro day. And then Cooper DeJean, obviously, I believe it was a broken leg that he had the surgery on. Came back after Iowa's pro day, had his own individual workout. He ran a good 40 time there. It tested really well. Didn't do any of the agility drills, no short shuttle, no 3-cone, because that's not really the strength of his game. But, you know, those are kind of like the 3 guys that were first-round talents that have kind of had injuries. 2 of them are over it. One's having the surgery. So kind of seems –
it's so funny to say that, you know, the agility isn't the strength of DeJean's game with how good of a return man he is.
What's up? What's up, Greg?
He's so good in the open field, but
he says Greg's trolling the Falcons. He said, "I think
hard not to
Falcons
hard not to
strategy.
troll the Falcons right now."
It's a very.
I got a question on someone. What do you guys think about Cooper DeJean?
I like him.
Iowa.
I thought he was a kind of a perfect fit for Detroit in the kind of team that they're building. Hard-nosed kid, tough kid, smart kid. You know, he goes to Iowa, does nothing but produce solid players in the NFL. You know, he's not a perfect prospect. He's another one of those kind of hybrid big nickel kind of corners. Maybe a safety, you know, so he's kind of one of those positionless DBs. I think he's going to be a good player for whoever gets him. You just have to be a little patient with him right now as he's working his way back from that fibula injury.
And I'm going to try to get this here real quick. Then I got to grab my charger because this laptop's dying. But so I don't know how many people remember like Micah Hyde coming out of Iowa. Pretty similar story. So Micah Hyde was a high school quarterback. Cooper DeJean was a high school quarterback at Iowa. You know, they kind of mainly played corner. When he first got to the Packers, he played kind of the nickel. Then he moved back to safety. Both were really good punt returners. So a very similar story there. But at the end of the day, Cooper DeJean is a better athlete than Micah Hyde was.
I 100%.
Micah Hyde's turned into a really good player. So it's just going to take the right team and trying to figure out how they want to use him. He's going to fit in some type of role.
Yeah, I feel like Cooper DeJean is kind of this year's Brian Branch in terms of the style of player. You know, like I said, that positionless DB, super kind of athletic. I do. I think that's ultimately kind of where he slots in, is that big nickel, that slot corner. I think that ultimately is where he starts. And then as he puts on, because he's got the frame, he's going to put on some size, some strength, you know, when he gets into an NFL training room. And I think he transitions into that safety role, much like Micah Hyde.
Yeah, man. I think I just watching a little bit of his film, and he really likes to watch the quarterback, what he's doing. He watches everything, and like he likes to jump and get that ball. Like he is a ball hawk. He likes to get the ball. Like that's it's gonna be fun to watch. That's like Branch, how you brought him up. Like when you compared him to him, I'm like, well, that would be a great pick.
He might be
sold out last year.
Yeah,
I think
as we were talking about Johnny Newton, he just goes to the Commanders.
I'm just gonna say this about Cooper DeJean too, real quick. I think he starts out kind of as that slot corner, like you said, goes back to safety at some point. But a lot of people, they just want to make him a safety because he's a white corner, like to start off. He only had 3 snaps where he lined up at actual safety at Iowa. And I think, you know, we talk about Brian Branch a little bit too. A little bit slightly better athlete than Brian Branch, so maybe we're looking more like an Antoine Winfield Jr. type, where he's come down and he's played a lot more in the slot last couple of years, and then also play kind of that safety, kind of that type of role could be pretty good for him.
Yeah,
but I'm gonna grab my charger. I'll be back
real quick. You gotta grab your charger. Go ahead.
Yep.
Ian says the Falcons get it.
Falcons. I mean, they got their defensive player for what it's worth. I don't know. I don't know that they would have had to move up to get that guy. So, yeah, but like we were talking about Johnny Newton with him going to the Commanders, I don't know what the plan is. I mean, they've already got Deron Payne. They've already they've already got it escapes me. I mean, they've already got 2 solid starting defensive tackles.
I mean, who'd they let go? A bunch of people last year, though, too, right? You know,
Their edge guy. They lost most of their edge, but they didn't. They didn't.
there we go. Right there, Deron Payne, Jonathan Allen,
Allen. That was the name.
Bobby Wagner, Emmanuel Forbes. Oh, so he's got I mean, so 3 defensive tackles there: Payne, Allen, and Newton now.
Yeah. So, maybe the plan is for next year. Where maybe they're not going to have one of those 2 stars.
They're just planning for the future.
Well,
just like the Falcons.
Both those defensive tackles are very expensive right now. They're both on highly paid contracts, and the market for defensive tackles going up. I think Jonathan Allen might be on the last year of his deal. I think they'll probably look to trade him if they're taking Newton.
Yeah.
So here's what I kept hearing. I'll get people comparing this, this whole thing with Penix and, them bringing him in, it being kind of like the Packers, how they did it. It's nothing like that, really not at all. Kirk Cousins hasn't even put on the uniform yet.
when the Packers, Aaron Rodgers, and when the Packers took Jordan Love, both of those teams were coming off consecutive playoff appearances. They had the team already built. The Falcons haven't been to the playoffs since they lost 28 to, they gave up a 28-3 lead.
Dude, it would be like if
they don't know how to win. Like they're trying to get to the playoffs. They're trying to build that. I don't get it. I still can't wrap my head around it.
The only thing I can think of is Kirk Cousins is not on schedule with the Achilles. That's the only thing. That's the only reasonable explanation to me. I know there's a lot of rumors that a lot of people are trying to come up for Penix. Unless you're just drafting Penix and then plan on trading him after the draft. Like maybe that's something that happens.
What the group that I was with last night, I was like, they're drafting him to trade, right? Like, why? That doesn't make sense either, really.
But
I think
in that case, the number 8 pick is more valuable than one specific player because you're limited in the market.
Exactly.
I think to me, it's more what their GM said the next night or that night. He already said he's going to be sitting 4 to 5 years. That's not even that's not something you want to hear.
A guy to sit for 4 to 5 years.
And
again,
the reasoning was he said he feels like they're going to be a playoff contending team the next couple of years, and they can't get a pick as high as this. So that was his reasoning for it. But to me, that takes away a lot of confidence from your rookie QB to hear that you might be sitting 4 to 5 years.
Well, you're wasting his entire rookie contract at that point if that's truly the case. Or you're just saying 4 to 5 years so you don't piss Kirk Cousins off more. Because
I think that's
you didn't tell him that this was happening, then it happens, and then because you're stuck with Kirk for 2 years no matter what. Essentially. Unless you're biting the bullet like a Russell Wilson type thing next year. That is you're stuck with him for at least 2 years because it's $60 million guaranteed over the next 2 years, and then only $10 million after that.
Yeah, it's $90 million over the first 2 years and 10
in the third, and then 10 after that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fisher says it's because the owner wanted Penix. They need to let the GM, coaches, and scouts do the drafting.
That would be unusual for Arthur Blank, though. He is usually known for letting the job. He wants to win, but he usually stays out of their business.
He was very hands off when it was Mike Smith, and then
Scott
was Dimitroff the GM then?
I'm sorry.
I think so. When Mike Smith was the head coach, it was Thomas Dimitroff was the GM then. I think, right?
Yeah.
He was very, very hands off when they were there.
So, like I said, it seems out of character
Mhm.
for him. So, I mean, it could be right, but it just seems out of character
Mhm.
unless he doesn't trust this regime, which,
I mean,
okay.
Terry's got a little bit of a hit or miss record so far, so we'll see.
Man, I still think I like that Ladd McConkey pick was. I think it's gonna be pretty fun to watch. Same with Herbert.
It's an interesting fit. Like if you're assuming that they try to take the Michigan offense and try to make it similar in the NFL level, then okay, well, he plays like the Roman Wilson role, which like Roman
If you're
Wilson
gonna
was
do,
like he's a decent player, but he wasn't good. Like he wasn't productive.
I mean, if you're gonna do that, why don't you just take Roman Wilson in the third,
Yeah,
play the Roman
exactly.
Wilson role?
Personally, I don't like. Personally, if it was up to me, I wouldn't draft Roman Wilson before the fourth. But that's me. Like, I know he got a lot of hype after his Senior Bowl, but I'm just like I don't see much of a ceiling with him. Like the ceiling that you're hoping for is like Christian Kirk, and I don't think he's gonna be like I don't even know if he could be 80% of Christian Kirk.
There are things that I like in
Like,
Roman Wilson's game. I think we didn't see a lot from him just because not a lot was asked from him in college. I mean, that offense was built a very specific way. The games where he flashed pretty high. So that's what you're banking on is you're banking on when we're putting him into this kind of a featured role, he's going to be able to perform at that level that we saw in the games where he was asked to do it in college. Um, Again, you're doing that with a lot of these players that start to be in these middle rounds. You're projecting traits and you're projecting from their best,
Mhm.
and NFL coaches are a breed that says, "Give me that talent, I can get it. I can get the
Mhm.
performance out of him."
Patriots took a receiver, Jalen Polk.
Makes sense.
An interesting player,
A
not
lot of
my
talk.
favorite.
I heard a lot of talk of them potentially
The
trying to make
NFL is a lot
trade.
higher on him than like the fantasy community. Let's just put it that way. That's kind of
There's
been
talks of
the
them making
noise.
a trade with the 49ers to get Ayuk or Debo.
Yeah, but like when you look at the Patriots, they don't really have that big body wide receiver. They don't
Right.
have much for wide receivers either. I know like Pop Douglas, is like a 5th round pick and he had a good year, but it's like
Yeah.
how much is he factor in long term?
All right, Greg, I'm going to ask you a question. If Garrett Wilson is an outside wide receiver and McConkey's a slot, explain to me how they have the exact same measurements, exact same speed. What's the difference? What makes one an outside receiver and one a slot receiver when they're the same height, same weight, same speed?
You know what the real answer is?
I do.
Devondre Sweat is the next selection
I'm not
by
sure.
the
Wait,
Tennessee
wait.
Titans.
Devondre Sweat went this high after the DUI
After the DUI.
or
I
DWI
mean,
technically, but
yeah, I know a
OWI.
couple of teams had him completely off their board.
Like
The talent's
Titans,
there.
Titans just took
yeah.
him, taking a
But I
risk.
mean, like even when you look at like these guys that are more the traditional nose tackles, like over the last couple of years, those guys haven't even been going till round 3.
Yeah.
Greg says, "Quit talking bad about my Michigan guys." 4.39.
Oh, he's talking about Roman Wilson apparently.
Roman Wilson.
Yeah. Did you take that as Garrett Wilson or Roman Wilson? Because
I took it as Garrett Wilson.
Garrett Wilson, he's an
How are
outside
you?
wide receiver because he's got that dog in him. And he also has a lot more release packages than Ladd does. Too.
Right. Yeah.
Here's your answer, he said.
That's fair. I'm not talking bad about Roman Wilson, Greg. If you listened close.
That's me.
So if you listened close, I was on the side of Roman Wilson.
I'll take responsibility for that one. I feel like he's kind of a tweener, though. I don't know like that he's necessarily a slot guy. I don't know that he's necessarily an outside guy. It's that Z type of role where you kind of move him around a little bit and stuff too. But I think he's more like a fourth wide receiver in your wide receiver room where you can have him fill in for a guy like when somebody's out, than rather have him be one of your top three guys.
That's where I think he projects ideally for his first year or maybe even two. But I think he has that capability that, let's call it a Keenan Allen type. Keenan Allen was a fourth round guy that wasn't expected to do what Keenan Allen has done. I think Roman Wilson might have that kind of trajectory if he puts in the work.
Yeah. And like, honestly, at the end of the day, it really depends because like we've seen a lot of these Michigan wide receivers look better after they left Michigan. Obviously, Nico Collins took some time, but people need to remember with Nico Collins, he sat out that COVID year. So he literally didn't play football for like a whole year.
Yep.
And then went into his rookie year. It wasn't that great. And Davis Mills, I ain't talking about Davis Mills. He sucks. Story for a different day, though.
Rams made a trade.
Rams doubling down on defense.
Yeah, they made a trade.
Trying to produce. The Rams took Fisk.
Oh, Braden Fisk. I love Braden Fisk.
I do
Braden
too.
Fisk. Like, I watched like just the first day of 101 reps of the Senior Bowl. I'm like, this dude's different. And like, guys don't move like that.
Greg wants to know why Donnie Mitchell's slipping.
Character concerns.
Greg, do we have 30 minutes?
We have
the short answer is character concerns.
Yeah. Character concerns, effort concerns, coachability concerns. How much does he love football concerns? What else? There's probably something else too.
That's what I say.
Whether or not, go ahead.
Yeah, short answer is character, but there is a laundry list. Again, came out over the last couple of weeks that there were teams that had completely removed him from their draft boards, where he wasn't in consideration at all for them. Not even as a 7th round pick. So it doesn't surprise me to see him slip. But kind of like I said, kind of like I said with the group I was with last night, talking about Latu, regardless of what the concerns are, all it takes is one team to fall in love with you. One team to say for you to check the boxes, and that's all it takes.
Yeah.
Greg's saying Keenan Allen's 3rd round pick, but he is projected to be a 1st round until his injury.
There are a few different stories around that Keenan Allen pick. There were some teams that had him off their boards. There were some teams that had him as a 1st round pick. His projections were all over the place. Even before the injury.
He tried to run the 40 hurt, and that actually hurt his stock.
Yeah. So.
Hello, Felicita. Thanks for joining our live stream. We are watching the draft. Appreciate you joining us. If anybody has any questions or anything they want to talk about, any fantasy impacts or anything like that, we're open to any questions. This is an interactive show. Make sure you jump in on the Discord. We got the Discord going, the Sports Affiliation. Come check us out. Come chat with us. It's rolling right now, so come hang out. All right, I'm going to get this on. All right, I'm going to see if I can stream.
Who took Devondre Sweat?
The Titans.
Yeah.
I feel like I missed that. You said the Titans?
Yeah, the Titans.
Yeah, that makes sense. Like, they need a nose tackle anyways.
Oh. I think the Titans are an interesting team this year. It'll be interesting to see the new look Titans without Derrick Henry, how they deal with the Tony Pollard and the other kid whose name is gone from my brain right now. Tyjae Spears. That dynamic, because both of them thrived with when they were in situations where they weren't the ideal, when they weren't the target monster, the touch monster. So it'll be interesting to see that usage. And
Well,
I
it's
think a lot of it.
interesting. Like even when they,
Go ahead.
I think I'm gonna over top you just because I don't know if it's you lagging or me lagging. Somebody's lagging here, so it's just like even when it's interesting when they talk about Tajay Spears and Tony Pollard together because they view them as one and the same player, so they kind of just want to rotate them out more or less.
Yeah, that's my expectation. And for fantasy, I actually kind of like that situation. I think both of them are very draftable. Um, I think that it's likely that Tony Pollard gets drafted higher, so he's probably the one that I'm not going to end up with as much of, because I think I think the overall scoring when you look at it at the end of the season is going to be very similar. So I'd rather have the cheaper guy.
Jerry says, "What's happening?" He said, "Who will be drinking Kool-Aid?"
Is he
If the
asking
Eagles
like
hadn't drafted
what's
a corner
happening? Like,
yesterday, I would say the Eagles, but
What do you think, Coach?
I don't know. I think it's me lagging. I don't know. Maybe I'll back out and try to come back in a second. But I wasn't sure if Jerry's asking what's happening, like how we are, or like that he's surprised that Kool-Aid's falling. Because if he's surprised that Kool-Aid's falling, it's just because of the Jones fracture, and you're gonna lose a little bit
where
of
do you think
production there, at least initially.
Where do you think it's a good fit for him?
Indianapolis.
Yeah, I mean, someone that's going to use somebody that's going to run his own heavy scheme, essentially.
Sir Football says, "Oh my God, Saints moved up. They have second round, 9th and 13th now. Probably sold the farm."
Maybe
That would be a little out of character for them.
Sorry, boy, Ronnie. Hold on a second.
Well, they did sell the farm for Olave and Penny in the 1 year.
Fair.
Like when you look at what they actually gave up to move to those two picks, are they just going to draft another offensive tackle because they took was it Fuanga yesterday or Talisa Fuanga?
Yeah, the Saints. Again last night when I was out with some friends, I said it wouldn't shock me if the Saints took another tackle again today. They could make their first two picks tackles, and that'd be an absolute win for them.
I don't think Tuisa can play left side.
Here goes Cooper.
Terrible.
Cooper DeJean.
Is that who they're
The
taking?
Eagles doubled down on corner.
Good.
Well, depends how they use him too.
They're fun. They're gonna be a fun team to watch this year.
And Vic
We
Fangio
said that last year.
DC.
They were a fun team to watch last year. Man, I like that pick for them.
It's a little redundant with taking Quinyon Mitchell last night.
I don't know, man. We'll see. They'll figure it out.
Because you still have Darius Slay under contract. You still have James Bradbury under contract.
Imagine getting these two young guys.
C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
But imagine getting these two young guys and having them learn from Slay. That's more what I'm.
Oh yeah.
Like, all right, here you go. You guys are gonna sit here and learn from this absolute beast.
Yeah, and like I said, and like I was saying earlier, it's nice to be able to have that patience with DeJean because he's coming back from that broken fibula. He's probably not going to be fully up to speed until
and a returner. Woohoo!
Yeah, he was arguably the best returner in college.
See, that's why I think that's a good pick. Like, you're getting a guy who's not only a ball hawk, but he can also be a returner. Like he looks like he's a smart player. Like he reads the field, like he understands what's going on. Like that's what excites me about this kid.
Yeah. Yeah, I like DeJean a lot.
I would have liked him to be a Viking, but no chance there, boy. No chance.
Hey, he would have been a good replacement for Harrison Smith.
Yeah, for sure, man. We're gonna miss him.
Why did they pick Taysom Hill to be the Saints?
Everyone loves Taysom. That's why he's a lovable guy.
How is he still there?
I just told you why. He probably don't cost much. He just hangs out. He does crazy.
Bro, they gave him that big extension.
They love him then.
The Saints are drinking the Kool-Aid to answer Sir Football's question.
There you go. Saints are drinking Kool-Aid, baby.
So they take Kool-Aid?
Kool-Aid.
Are they going to move him to safety? I think they're going to move him to safety then.
Kool-Aid, baby.
I was like, I don't think he fits as a safety. I think he's one of the best pure like cover corners in this class.
Yeah, but unless they're just gonna play him in the slot and move Alontae Taylor to safety, maybe. Because you already got Lattimore and Adebo.
Yeah. Unless
I was trying to find a little bit.
Lattimore. Lattimore's getting a little older. Mm-hmm. I mean, he's expensive. Maybe they don't want to pay Paulson Adebo on his deal is ready.
I guess. I mean, Adebo was one of the best. Like for people that don't realize it, Paulson Adebo was one of the best corners in all the NFL last year.
Yeah, Paulson Adebo was solid.
Yeah, you got to get a soundboard, dude.
I think this is the graphic on NFL Network is up, and as you look at it, I'll say all the names kind of make sense except for Rutro Raggy to.
Dude, Cam Jordan's getting up there.
Cam Jordan's such a good dude.
Yeah, Cam Jordan's a good dude.
Cam Jordan's been up there for a while.
I mean, he only had 2 sacks last year. Like he's there for leadership as much as anything at this point.
Hey.
Ronnie
has he still only missed 1 game in his entire NFL career?
Something like that, yeah.
And it was only because he tested positive for COVID the 1 week too.
Yeah,
that's the only time. He's never missed a game for injury.
Hey, the Texans are finally making a pick.
Dude, are you excited?
No, I'm probably going to facepalm in 2 seconds. So that's what usually happens.
Live reactions.
Oh, so I know who they're going to take then. If they really want me to facepalm, it'd be freaking Christian Braswell.
Oh, here comes Greg for the live reaction. Greg, here comes. He's about to take the Texans are up. We're getting
Amari Lassiter.
I don't have it in front of me, so
I actually like
tell me.
Kamari Lassiter, cornerback. What do you think? Live reaction. Let's see.
Kamari Lassiter.
I like Lassiter, so I ain't gonna be mad about that. Like I'm
a little surprised he didn't go to the Eagles. To be fair, if they were going to,
I'm surprised he went second round after the 40 time. To be honest, just because it was like 4 6s.
Yeah,
but he's so. I think when he was initially recruited, he was a recruit as a wide receiver. He's got really good ball skills, so he's going to be.
He's a little bit bigger for a corner, close to 6'2". So
he measured in right around like 6 foot.
Did he? I thought he was like 6'1" and change.
Yeah, he was like just shy of 6 foot, I think, if I remember correctly.
Craig, a 6 foot corner is a big corner. So
yeah,
really they are.
But
and like I love Terrion Arnold as a pick for the Lions. He's just a little over 6 foot, and he ran what was considered a slow 40. I think 4.6 or something like that. He's not a burner.
4.51, I believe.
4.5 flat.
So, but the bottom line is, if you look at the way he flips his hips, the reaction time to movements, and his makeup speed, he's still, in my opinion, on Detroit's board. Brad Holmes said he was the top corner on their board. I saw another podcaster who had, and I can't find it, but had him as the number one before the draft. And I got to say, in Brad, I trust. I mean, your quarter may say in God I trust, but mine all say in Brad I trust.
Yeah, there were a lot of teams that had Arnold as the top corner. You know, I think it was pretty evenly split between him and Mitchell. You know, it's just a matter of what flavor corner you wanted. For me, it was Quinyon Mitchell throughout the whole process. I just like what I see more out of Mitchell than what I see out of Arnold. My biggest question with Terrion Arnold is the fact that he played with Kool-Aid. Who made who the better corner? You know, 2 years ago, if you would have had the draft, Kool-Aid was by far the better corner than Arnold. Then this year, it flipped. The script flipped a little bit. And I think part of it was because teams were afraid to throw at Kool-Aid, so they started to test Arnold a little bit more, and he got that chance to shine. So the fact that you have another star corner on the other side had me questioning Arnold a little bit. Whereas Mitchell was the only guy. I mean, at Toledo,
Tony, I'm going back to what I said. In Brad,
Oh,
I trust. In Brad, I trust. So
neither one is a bad pick. It's just like I said, a matter of which flavor corner you like.
Yeah.
You know, I think
for the audience, Tony and I rarely disagree on fantasy football things. We're good friends here. Craig and I don't really interact a lot on fantasy football, but I respect him. And JC, I just laugh at.
Yeah, I'm just for the giggles.
I will say too with Terrion Arnold, that is one kid I would never bet against. Like his upbringing, and
well, you know why Detroit. You know why Detroit took him. They had him ranked ahead of Kool-Aid, and he went to Alabama. Detroit takes somebody from Alabama every draft with Brad Holmes.
Yeah, that's why I say I was a little shocked that the Georgia corner didn't go to Philadelphia instead of Cooper DeJean Lassiter. Because all the Eagles do is draft Georgia defenders.
But I really like Cooper DeJean.
You like Tyke Smith or Javon Bullard.
Yeah. See, I'm not an IDP guy, so I don't study the defense the way some of you guys do. But Cooper DeJean is a very, very good
legit
football player.
Yeah, I've got a question for you, Coach.
Impact player.
Who's the first pure safety that gets drafted?
That's a tough one. Like, I'll tell you, like, Javon Bullard would be my favorite safety in this class. Like, just if you look at all the different things that he can do. And, like, this guy is so smart. There's stories about him at the combine, right? They had, like, the video freeze froze, and all he could see is down and distance in the score. And he could tell you exactly what they lined up on defense, what the offense was doing against it. Like, and they haven't even started press play yet. This is incredibly smart. He's incredibly hard worker, and he reads things so well. Like, that is the guy I would bet on at safety. Yeah, I think it's an underrated safety class, but safety's just been devalued overall as a position, in my personal opinion.
Yeah, I think that's why we still have several free agent safeties that are out there, is because you look at this safety class, and there's a lot of similarities between the young guys that are available and what the veterans bring to the table. And again, big part of the NFL is economics anymore. You have to have some cheap players. I mean, you have to save money at certain positions. That's why, unfortunately, Blake Corum's not going to get drafted until the 3rd round, because the running back position has just been devalued.
He might not. He may be the 4th running back taken. It's going to be a mistake. It's going to be a mistake. The kid can play. He can play all 3 downs. The only questions about him are his route tree, not his hands. They know he can catch. Not his blocking. They know he's a willing blocker, and he's shown it. And definitely not his running. Now, the thing that bugs me is that guys like Marshawn Lloyd and Trey Benson carried the ball 12 times a game. they have never been loaded up on. And I'm sorry, if you can't carry the ball 20 times a game in college,
Max Melton.
you're not going to do it in the pros. You're just not. And then everybody likes the Jalen Wright kid. 80. Remember that number? It's actually 78. Every 78 carries, the kid had a fumble.
That's the biggest knock against Jalen Wright.
That's right. What do NFL linebackers and safeties do when a player has a reputation of dropping the ball?
I mean, that's what they're trained to do, is to tack the ball.
That's right.
The
And
peanut
they will.
punch.
Pardon?
The peanut punch.
Oh, yeah. And what I love, the thing I love about Corum is the vision. I know he's not the fastest guy, but early in his career, he was considered a 4.4 guy, but he ran a 4.53. And everybody says, well, that's really slow. Hey, how fast do you think Derrick Henry is? Is he a slow guy? Because he ran a 4.54 for the combine. But he's what, 245, 235, 245. So they forgive his 4.54. What I love is ESPN has this simul-camera type thing where they put people running the 40s together next to each other, running the same thing. The difference between a 4.4 and a 4.5, one step. One step.
That's why I don't put as much stock in the 40 times for a lot of positions. It doesn't matter. The 40 time doesn't matter that much for a linebacker. It doesn't matter that much for a big running back.
I don't think it matters that much for a small running back. It's the
corner,
quickness,
wide receiver,
the 10,
those things. Yeah, you
the
have to break it
splits,
down. The splits are what's important.
And
long speed is long speed. You know,
right.
That's going to be there. But we got the Raiders taking Jackson Powers Johnson. So.
Ooh. Just give Andre James an extension too.
Oh man, I wish we had Tip on. I'd love to get his reaction. You should have seen him when the Raiders selected, but it wasn't as good as Rico. Have you guys seen the clip that Rico put together on his Joe Alt
it's
pick?
so good.
That's hilarious. It was.
I was trying to get a good reaction from Coach so we could see what his reaction was.
Well, Coach, what's your team?
It's Texans.
Texans.
Oh, where are you at, Coach?
So where do I live at?
Wisconsin.
Yeah, where do you live?
Wisconsin.
Yeah, I live in Wisconsin.
Oh, okay. You say the Texans is your team, and I'm going to the live draft in Houston for the Scott Fish Bowl. I was hoping to see you there.
Cool. Yeah. No, I live up in Wisconsin, but they were just a new team when I first got into football.
Anthony, who do you like?
He's a Bears fan.
I've been a Bears fan my whole life.
So am I arguing with you as well as Pete?
About what?
Yep.
I said, Pete says the Bears are going to win the division. I said, no, they're going to finish fourth in the division. They drafted a rookie quarterback who will be good eventually, but their coaching staff still isn't good enough to win that division. And Minnesota has had the best draft so far among the NFC North. I mean, they got a starting quarterback. Yeah, go ahead.
Here's what I'll say, and then we kind of talked about this a little bit earlier in the show. The NFC North is going to be an incredibly competitive division.
Oh yeah.
The Lions are still the cream of the crop. You have to put them there just simply based off of last year's performance. The Packers are always going to be the Packers. The biggest question marks obviously were the Vikings and the Bears. The Bears have quietly had a very good offseason. They've brought in some pieces. They've addressed some of their needs. And for a rookie quarterback, he's walking into the best position that a number one overall pick rookie quarterback has walked into in years. They have weapons at every level.
Time out. Let me ask you a question.
Sure.
Just looking at yesterday, not today's draft. We don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. Who who has the better situation, Caleb Williams or JJ McCarthy?
We
So
talked about that too.
so it's very close.
No, it's
Hawkinson's not going to be ready at the beginning of the year.
I
So
understand that.
So
Yeah.
you have Jefferson and Addison.
And
You
you
have
have Aaron Jones.
You have Aaron
Jones,
Jones.
good
You have
receiver
a slightly better offensive line and a slightly worse defense. So
Oh, it just got better.
But
wash those.
what does a bad defense do for? Remember, I'm a fantasy guy. I don't really care about win-loss records that much. But
So
what does a bad defense do
fantasy
for a quarterback?
and reality are going to be two different answers here, right?
Okay.
For fantasy, you want a bad defense. You want your offense on the field.
We got to trade.
For real football, you want a good defense to keep your young QB off the field. So, in terms of a running back room, the Bears have DeAndre Swift, they have Khalil Herbert, and they have Roshan Johnson. They have a solid running back room. Out after you go through Aaron Jones, you have what?
Alexander Madison.
Ty Chandler.
Who else?
He's a Raider.
Ty Chandler.
He's so
he's gone
bad.
now. Well, who do you have?
DJ Ham,
JC?
baby.
Right.
Okay,
So
you have whoever they draft this year.
Right. So you have Aaron Jones, who is a solid running back. I'm not taking anything away from that.
Cam Akers.
Right. And Cam Akers. Okay. Right. So
Akers is in Minnesota now.
And
but then you've got Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison. Arguably, in terms of just a top two wide receivers, can't say that they're not better. For a top three, right? Who's the third? KJ Osborne's gone.
Well, we don't really know yet because the draft's
CJ Ham,
not over.
dude. I just told you. It's CJ Ham.
The third receiver, JC.
I know.
Right.
But he rolls out.
Who's the starting tight end at the beginning of the season?
Yeah, we're gonna miss KJ.
Right.
Anthony, let's answer two questions. First, at the end of the year, who do you truly expect to have a better win-loss record, Chicago or Minnesota?
Chicago.
Okay, I expect Minnesota. JC?
I'm with you, obviously.
And Craig?
I'm saying the Bears have a better record. I think they got
all right,
better
so
defense.
It's split there. Now, from a fantasy perspective, who do you think scores more points? I'll go to you first.
There's your first running back off the board. Jonathan Brooks to the Panthers.
Is it going to be we'll talk about that one in a minute. But is it going to be Caleb or is it going to be JJ, better fantasy quarterback?
Who do you want the answer from first?
You first, Anthony.
Caleb Williams.
Okay, and I'm going to say JJ, so we're split there. Let's go. I'll go to Coach Craig first, and then we'll go to JC.
Do we think JJ's starting week 1?
Yes. Sam Darnold?
I don't know.
Are you kidding me? Sam Darnold? Yes.
He's better than Sam Darnold, but I don't know if they're going to rush JJ right away either. So,
well, then go with Caleb.
He has better year 1.
Okay, what do you think, JC?
I really think it depends on if JJ starts, like Coach is saying, right away.
Right now, who do you think has a better fantasy year? I don't mind being in the minority, by the way. So if you disagree with me and you think Caleb will, go with him.
I think that, I honestly think that the system is better fit right now for JJ. I think that you have a coach that's really confident in what they got in a quarterback coming in. You also got Justin Jefferson, who's, not going to sign a contract unless he's very happy. So you got to make him very happy. I think there's a lot of things that have to unfold this year. And I think that if he's given the opportunity, I think it's JJ McCarthy.
Okay.
So let me extrapolate on my answer.
To me, it's more like having that confident running back in the back. As long as Jones stays healthy, I think that's going to help McCarthy out a ton.
The reason I say Caleb unquestionably is because of Kevin O'Connell's system. Kevin O'Connell's system is a perfect fit for what JJ does well, and that's a play action pass system. They're going to establish the run first. Aaron Jones will score fantasy points in that system. Aaron Jones is going to vulture a lot of touchdowns on the goal line.
Here's
Caleb
my
Williams and Shane Waldron, that system is going to be a pass-first system. You're going to get more yards and more touchdown passes than you are likely to in Kevin O'Connell's system.
Which team had more passing touchdowns last year?
That's Luke Getsy is.
I mean, it wasn't even
her
close, right?
cousins. Her cousins played in 8 games.
But Luke Getsy's offense could not even be classified as a
Kirk Cousins only
competent
played 8
NFL
games
offense.
last year, though, too.
Right, but Minnesota's offense is more geared to the pass than Chicago's. Also,
We don't know that.
Also,
you can't answer that question because it's a brand new offensive system.
Understand that, but Minnesota is entrenched, so the players are more familiar with the system there. And I'm not talking about the new players; I'm talking about the existing. Hey, but let's go to Jonathan Brooks. Do you guys expect him to be a breakout this year, or is he a pick for next year?
This year.
Anybody else?
I'm gonna say
Miles Sanders is not the answer.
I agree.
Yeah, but
Chuba Hubbard is a secondary guy, right? So it's going to be Jonathan Brooks and Chuba Hubbard and Miles Sanders. They're going to absolutely cut their losses and realize that it was a mistake of a signing.
Pete, he said respectfully, Mr. Greg Kellogg doesn't like my Bears.
I told him I like Chicago area sports just as much as I like Ohio State. As much as I like Ohio State.
Pulling from last year's play calling, the Minnesota Vikings ran 51% of their plays were pass plays. 49% were run plays.
And they had their starting quarterback less than half the year.
We're going to real quick. I want to bring Iggy in because they did select Green Bay did select a defensive player, so I'd like to
bring shock.
Iggy in to get his reaction real quick. Hold on, Iggy.
Didn't they take a lineman in the first round?
What a shock. Green Bay Packers take another defensive player, Iggy.
Let's get a little live reaction from Iggy. What are your thoughts?
Well, who was it? What was
it? Edrin Cooper, linebacker, Texas A&M.
Edrin Cooper.
Linebacker, he's probably got to be pretty good.
Linebacker.
Weak side linebacker. Okay, so he's probably going to be for some coverage then. Probably going to use him a little bit, I would imagine, and against some tight ends and stuff. Probably
I think pass rush. The strong side linebacker usually does the coverage on the tight end. The weak side linebacker usually is the blitzer.
Really? I mean, well, with them playing more dime and nickel, you usually only have 2 linebackers out there. So we'll have to see how. I don't really know much about our new defensive coordinator, so I'll have to keep it.
I'm interested about how Cooper is as a fit for that system.
I don't
know.
Yeah.
So, what do you think of the Packers draft so far, Iggy?
It's we got the offensive lineman and this guy from A&M right now.
Yep.
Yeah. Sounds about right. We needed help at both of those areas. I'm surprised we took an offensive lineman, but I guess this kid from Arizona is pretty good. He's done a lot of blocking. So
this kid's good too.
Yeah,
this kid the Giants just selected. God damn. This is the guy you wanted.
I'm a Packers. Watch so many drafts and it's just so lackluster. Like Jordan Love was like dramatic, but
he didn't play for 3 years.
Most of the other time it's pretty lackluster. We usually find some diamond in the rough. Whenever training camp rolls around, we're like, look what we got, But,
there's our safety.
There's
our safety, pick. Yeah.
I like the answer to the question, which is the first safety off the board. It's Tyler Nubin.
I like him, dude. I like him a lot.
You got him, Anthony.
Giants
he went to the Giants.
Tyler Nubin. He's out of Minnesota, baby.
Yeah.
Golden Gopher.
Can I crap on Edrin Cooper yet?
Yeah, go ahead.
Please.
Do the Gophers play in Minnesota, or are they like in some other town?
Yeah, they play. We have an outside stadium too.
So Minnesota Gophers are in Minnesota.
Yep.
University of Minnesota. Yeah, they're a Big
Golden
Ten
Gophers.
I bet Minneapolis always do that.
They're in a Big Ten team, but they're not in the same conference with Michigan or Ohio State. But they are in the same conference with Iowa.
We do play Wisconsin though. That's their
Yeah.
rival.
Yeah.
We play for what do you call it? Paul Bunyan's axe.
And Floyd of Rosedale.
Well, you guys also have with Michigan the Little Brown Jug game
Yep.
too.
Mhm. That's
We
what
don't
about
play every year, but
Who does the
every
pig?
other year.
yeah,
Is it Iowa? Is that the one who does the pig?
I
Yeah,
don't know.
Floyd of Rosedale. The pig weighs like 300 pounds.
300 pounds is a new 240.
Something like that.
Didn't they actually used to trade a pig? I think wasn't that like the tradition?
I think that's how it started.
It's crazy. Between two
Yeah, maybe like
schools,
back in the 50s.
you get to keep the pig for the year. But they slaughter the pig
Yeah.
and eat it. Make a new pig.
So
That's the
All right.
what. So what pick are we at right now? I'm like
48. I'm behind. I'm slacking. Sorry.
28.
Jaguars select
Um,
Mason Smith,
Mason Smith.
defensive tackle, LSU.
whoa. So wait, here's the typical Trent Baalke pick. Picks the super athletic guy that they hope to develop.
Yeah. He's a big space eater, but another traits guy.
Did you just say space heater?
He was
I did.
so like we talked about Rukaroro kind of being that bigger defensive tackle, got a lot of length. Mason Smith's kind of the same way. Had a really good freshman year at LSU, tears his ACL that first game versus Florida State. His sophomore year, comes back this year, wasn't quite the same player. So you're betting on a first guy that formerly was a first round talent panning out to that.
Yeah. So he was decent pressure rate for an interior defensive lineman, but nothing great. Just like I said, you're banking on him getting back to that earlier form.
Mm-hmm. But in the Jacksonville fronts, you're going to have three linemen, so they'll play more like between a 3 and a 4 eye.
Mm-hmm.
So
Okay,
before,
let me get back to Edrin Cooper for a second here. So, how many people know Brian Asamoah, the linebacker that the Vikings took like 2 years ago out of Oklahoma?
oh yeah.
Yeah, that's literally done nothing. But so Edrin Cooper reminds me a lot of him. He's probably a little bit souped up more as a pass rusher, but that's probably the best thing that Edrin Cooper does. Like he's athletic, doesn't take on blocks well, doesn't read things the greatest. The best thing he does is rush the passer. He had 7 sacks, I think it was this year. And so he's kind of like a guy you bring in and you probably have to scheme him up if you want, or like teach him probably for a solid year to play regular linebacker if that's something you want to do with him and Quay Walker there. But you got McDuffie this year. McDuffie knows the system because it's his college head coach coming over from Boston College. So I expect Isaiah McDuffie to have a really good year this year, honestly. And then he's probably going to leave in free agency. So from the Packers' perspective, this is a move for next year. But you're kind of bent on Cooper developing more into more of a prototypical linebacker, finding a way to get creative and use him in pass rushing.
Here we go, Greg.
Chris Jenkins.
Your next Wolverine.
Chris Jenkins, defensive tackle, Michigan, going to the Bengals.
Okay, cool.
Greg, tell me about Chris Jenkins.
He's a roadblock. You don't get a lot of inside push from him, but he takes on 2 blockers every play, and he does not get moved. He is very good at maintaining his zone of responsibility. Michigan had the best defense in college last year, and it's because it was very disciplined. They didn't make a lot of mistakes. They do get enough pressure, and then you had guys like Sainer still who were much better than people thought they would be. So it's a pressure-based defense that's based entirely on the Ravens system from 4 years ago when Mike McDaniel went to Michigan as their defensive coordinator for a couple years. He put in the Ravens defense, and then when Jesse Minter came over, he just continued it. Same defense, same structure, but now Jesse Minter's gone as well because he went with Harbaugh to the Chargers.
Mm-hmm.
But you're seeing the highlights if
defense-
you're watching the TV.
Ronnie says
many
lots of
defensive
defense
tackles we got
being
this round?
drafted in the second round to balance out a lot of offense last night.
Yeah, only nine defensive players last night. That was a record low.
Mhm.
Yep. But that's
Well,
where the
let's
strength
see.
of the top of the draft was.
I don't know. I think some of the defenders that fell, those edge rushers should have gone much earlier than they did.
Oh baby,
Back to back Wolverines, Greg.
No, I'd say I didn't see the second one yet.
Sandra still.
Okay. Well, I thought Sainer still might jump into the end of the first round. I did.
Me too.
I wasn't convinced that Roman Wilson would, but I really thought Sainer still might. Now, in the second round, I was expecting Jenkins, Sainer still, Roman Wilson, and maybe Junior Colson to all go in the second round for Michigan. I really agree with Anthony. Blake Corum will probably go in the third round and not the second. I think he should be a second rounder, but I mean, you guys have all heard the talk.
So I'm a little interested in Sammer still going to the Commanders, though, just because they have Jatavius Martin, Quan Martin, whatever you want to call him now, because he kind of goes in between both. But he's kind of one of those guys that was safety nickel when he played last year. When he played well, he was playing down in the nickel. So now Sammer still comes in. He probably takes over that nickel spot. So Quan Martin goes back to safety. Is my expectation then?
That or maybe one of the two of them moves outside. The thing about Michigan's defense is Sainer still was the nickel corner. He absolutely was. But it's not like he didn't ever line up on the outside receiver. I mean, you do see that happen sometime. Sainer still, you have to remember, started his career at Michigan as a wide receiver. He didn't convert to DB until 2 years ago. And he's gone his 2 years at DB. He's been very good. So I'm not convinced Sainer still can't play outside, but I think you're right. I think at this point he probably plays nickel and the other guy goes to safety, free safety probably.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, well, we got to remember like the coaching staff's changed too. But in the past, the Commanders had liked using three safeties a lot, but that was also like Jack Del Rio and company doing that. And now you got Dan Quinn coming over too. So I think it could be kind of interesting there, but maybe he views Martin kind of as his, deep ball safety. And then maybe that's your newer quote unquote new Earl Thomas. Let's just put it that way, because he does have the athleticism to play deep if he wants to, but he's not going to be Earl Thomas, obviously.
Now Earl Thomas though was not a coverage safety. He did it. He was okay at it, but he was a punishing safety. He was a strong safety. He was a guy that when he came up, he flew up. And who can I compare him? Troy Polamalu.
Troy Polamalu.
I think that Earl Thomas was the same way. They punish the people they tackle.
Man, he's the reason. The reason I like defense is like watching him do the explosive stuff he would do, like catching balls that were inches from the ground by jumping and leaping and making this incredible. Like that's like I think the catch like that to me is like the catch. Like that was insane. You know what I'm talking about? He leaped out and literally the ball's coming down and he literally puts his hand underneath the ground in the ball and swoops it up and catches it. You're like, that's an incredible feat. Like that, I can understand catching it like this, but that's like incredible.
I don't know. I'm a receiver type. When I see a wide receiver reach back behind him, a ball that's thrown behind him with one hand, and make that catch. In fact, was it McConkey that did that on the highlights?
Greg,
whoever it was.
Now, you put on a pair of them gloves, you can catch.
You don't see.
I don't think you understand how sticky those gloves are.
I do, but you don't see those catches made by every receiver. You just don't.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but on the other hand, those gloves are. Man, I'm gonna tell you, I bought my brother-in-law a pair of them. They're like $100 for like a real pair of them gloves. They're like, dude, you throw it and the ball just like it stops.
Dude,
in your hand.
Before the gloves, they used Stickum.
I know that
Stickum was so thick, but it's still doesn't guarantee you catch the ball.
That's true.
I don't know. I'm amazed by all these athletes. You know, I saw a highlight of somebody that's a
just different.
defensive tackle that caught a touchdown pass. It wasn't an interception. He was moved over to the offense and he ran a route and caught a touchdown pass. And I'm thinking, that's a DT? Oh, that's amazing.
Is it
I know
somebody that was
exactly.
already drafted?
Pardon?
Was it somebody that was already drafted?
Yes.
I think so. I think it was tonight, actually. I think it was one of the highlights from tonight.
Might have been Braden Fisk.
Maybe, yeah.
Man, it is packed out. There's a lot of blue out there tonight.
Hey,
Lot of blue.
Well, it's in Detroit, and Ann Arbor is basically Detroit Southwest. So
Steelers, their pick is in. Pat Fryermuth. Trying to look like
Oh, that's who's making
Zach
the pick.
Frazier. They took Zach Frazier.
well, tell us about him, JC.
He's a center out of West Virginia. That's what he is. 6
he
foot
the-
2, 313 pounds.
Is he the top-rated center in the draft?
Third or fourth.
Okay, so the Steelers have got two interior offensive linemen in this draft. Because if I recall right, they took a guard in the first round.
They took an offensive tackle who could also play guard.
Okay, so Najee Harris, guys, what do you think? Is Najee Harris regaining fantasy relevancy this year? Anthony?
Well,
I mean, he's always been fantasy relevant. He still outscored Jalen Warren last year. Wasn't by much, but he was still the top fantasy scorer for that team, for that room. It's a running back room that is going to score.
Where would you draft him?
Najee?
Yeah.
Middle rounds.
What, when you say middle, are you talking 6, 7, 8?
8 feels.
All right, please, Coach Craig, bring me back to Sam. Now, remember me, I'm an old guy. I'm a stud running back guy. I don't do this no running back crap. So, are you going to wait till the 8th round for Najee? Is Najee a top 5 running back this year?
No.
Oh, you guys don't think so?
I think he's one of those guys.
I think he's a high-end RB2.
So you don't think he's top 12? Where did he finish last year?
Let me pull it up.
He feels like one of those guys that ends up in the RB dead zone wherever that ultimately ends up being this year.
4 to 6.
I'll agree with that. That's why I say 8.
There is no dead zone anymore because
there is.
all the people. Now, go back and look at last year's draft. There were viable running backs taken in rounds.
RB 24.
He finished 24 last year.
Yeah, I think he can finish better than that. So I'm gonna say RB 18.
Okay,
that's a good number.
Well, we'll see. I'm taking him. I'm taking him as an RB1 in these drafts this year.
He killed me in the Scott Fish Bowl last year.
Yeah, we could talk a little bit about that. How did you know I was thinking about that?
Najee absolutely killed me in the tourney. Now, if I had made the playoffs, he would have carried me through the playoffs. But because he was so poor early in the year, that I didn't get that far. But down the stretch, it was like he was they were two different backs, and a lot of that is because the Steelers' offense changed down the stretch. So, yeah, I'm not. I think he falls, like Coach said, into that dead zone.
What is the dead zone?
We'll use the.
Yeah, we'll use the air quotes for the dead zone. The dead zone is guys where there's not not a real ceiling floor difference. It's just a bunch of guys that are the same. And that is fantasy kryptonite. You don't want guys that have no ceiling.
Okay. So understand that the term running back dead zone originated years ago, and it was typically rounds 4 through 6, because by round 4, your top 24 running backs were gone.
Donnie Mitchell, there he goes, the Colts.
Okay.
Mm,
So
that's
when you talk about the
It only
running
takes
back
one
dead
team.
zone, when you talk about the running back dead zone, you're talking about an area where you don't expect to have any breakout running backs. You don't have,
And that's exactly where Najee falls.
and so what rounds are
ceiling,
those? What rounds are those?
Five
this year?
through 8, I think.
5 through 8. Okay.
And it's yeah, you want guys that have a ceiling.
Yeah, but
want-
everybody's got a ceiling based on usage.
You want guys that have a high ceiling.
Well, but that's just it. There are players. Kyron Williams last year. Okay, when was he drafted? Late.
Let's talk about Kyron Williams for this year, shall we?
Sure.
How do you feel about Kyron Williams this year, Greg?
I feel he won't repeat last year's numbers, but he will still be a viable RB1. And unless they take a
You can
full-time
have
running
him.
back, I'll take him.
You can have him. Here's why. Cam Akers.
And
Okay, that'll be the argument. Last year, this time, we were talking about Cam Akers the same way we're talking about Kyron Williams this year. Cam Akers had a dominant end of the year last year. He was going to be a fantasy gold mine. Sean McVay does not marry himself to a running back. He's the new Bill Belichick, Mike Shanahan. He will take any running back, plug him into that system, and it'll work. To take Kyron Williams at cost, not
what's his
worth
cost?
it. He's going in second and third round.
Okay.
You can have him in
Probably
the second or third round.
16 overall.
I will take him in the third. I won't have any problems doing that.
Into the second, top of the third, too rich for my blood.
What do you think about the new Colts wide receiver?
Donnie Mitchell.
Yeah.
Well,
The attitude problem we were talking about earlier.
I'm going to have to listen to Colts fans talk him up, living in Indianapolis.
Yeah.
I think they fell into the Alec Pierce trap again.
I like Alec Pierce.
Why?
I just do. I mean,
he's got all the traits in the world, but he hasn't performed. The Colts had to have a receiver because outside of Downs and Pittman, they had nobody, right? Like,
I think people really wanted to see them get Bowers, to be honest.
No, everybody wanted them to try to trade up for Marvin Harrison Jr., which just wasn't realistic or going to happen.
Yeah, I understand why, though. I mean, has there ever been a father-son legacy on the same team?
Yes, the Mariners.
No, in the NFL.
Oh,
I'm sure there have been.
I mean,
you have to.
Ed McCaffrey did play for the 49ers.
That's true. Yep. There you go.
I think Jalen Rager's dad actually played for the Eagles too.
Yeah.
So
not that that's a good one, but
I mean, Easy Eddie did play for the 49ers. I don't know that he's best known as a 49er, but
no, he's best known as a Bronco, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Sure. But he did play for the 49ers. So
there's got to be a lineman or something somewhere that's happened. I don't know. The Matthews family, you figured that there would be some crossover, but I don't think there is.
I almost expect it to happen with Jeremiah Trotter and the Eagles. In this draft, I expect Trotter to go to the Eagles.
So, wait, Joey Porter Jr., right?
Yeah. Joey.
I don't know if he's
both Steelers.
Yep.
Both Steelers, yeah.
Jalen Rager's dad played his final year for the Philadelphia Eagles in 2007.
What do you think about Frank Gore Jr.?
He's nothing like his father.
He's draft
No.
stock.
No,
He's a running back.
something like that. He is a running back.
I mean,
Did Barry Sanders' son ever make it to the NFL?
Has he been drafted already?
is Jerry Rice's kid going to get drafted this year?
I don't think
He'll get
he's
drafted
highly
higher
thought
than he
of.
should.
He was at the combine.
That doesn't always mean you're going to get drafted.
I know, it just means it was good enough to be invited, though. It's good.
I mean, how could you not invite Jerry Rice's kid to the combine?
Jerry Rice
Yeah, I
wasn't
mean,
even
I suppose
there.
Thaddeus Moss got invited to the combine.
Like,
Is that Randy's son?
Yeah, he was so
Yeah.
bad in the NFL. He played for the Bengals.
right?
He was not good. Yeah, he played at
Oh.
LSU. He was
Got
good there.
too.
He was a tight end.
Yeah.
Thad should have gone back to LSU for another year.
One
'cause
more
he was
year.
on that
Yep.
super good team, but he had a weird pre-draft process because he had a broken foot too,
Yeah.
and he was just never the same.
Thaddeus Moss was a fun pick for Madden. He was a fun Madden player.
Mhm.
He's a big guy.
Somebody's dancing.
It's really hard to man. You can't fill those shoes like Randy Moss. That's a hard.
Unrealistic expectations. Yes.
Ben Sinnott
Gary
to
Rice.
Tommy's.
Not
I like Ben Sinnott. Now I think he might be a surprise
This-
tight end in this
Ben
draft.
Sinnott.
Yeah.
This is another spot where I like the player and I like the fit quite a bit. I think he walks into the starting role for the Commanders.
What do you
That's just
expect for Jaden Daniels for the Commanders? He's got
Jaden
good
Dan-
receivers. Yeah, he's
So-
got good receivers there.
So
Does
I'm
he?
going to have an unpopular opinion on Jaden
Terry
Daniels.
McLaurin.
I think that he has the highest
John
bust
Dotson.
potential of any quarterback that was drafted in the first round.
I like
Right.
Jahan Dotson. I like that. This is. I think the value of Dotson goes up with this pick.
I think the
I
highest,
think the Commanders will draft a wide receiver probably
They
today.
need to.
And if they do, it depends on who it is. Jahan Dotson's value could drop a lot.
I don't know. I think that he's.
I'm going to
I'm as
Pete.
big a Dotson believer as anybody.
I'm
but-
going to upset Pete. I'm sorry. I think the quarterback with the highest bust potential is absolutely Caleb Williams. And I'll tell you why. First of all, I think too much is being expected of him. I think he's a talented kid, and in the right system with the right mentorship could be very good. But if you look at his last year at in college, he played 4 games against ranked opponents and he didn't win one of them. His numbers were down in every one. He did not
So
elevate his team against the better
I
opponents.
can give you some
game.
reasons. They did
Bad
have the
defense.
123rd ranked defense
bad
in the
defense.
NCAA. He did lose 2 offensive linemen to the NFL draft the previous year. He also lost a receiver and a tight end to the NFL draft the previous year. Those are all excuses. He should have done. Now, here's why Jaden Daniels has a very high bust percentage. His breakout year was his 5th year. He's a 24-year-old. He was
Playing
a
against
24-year-old
19-year-olds.
breakout. Like he was a 20. Like his breakout didn't come until he was 24. His frame, he is a much smaller version of RG3, and his frame doesn't give him a lot of room to add a ton of bulk. The way he plays, he will take hits. He will miss games. If he misses games, he could take. Now, I never want to wish injury on anybody, but he has very high injury risk. He also had the best weapons of anybody in college football, and I don't care what you say
Michael
about Terry
Hall, Jr.
McLaurin and Jahan Dotson. When you compare Terry McLaurin and Jahan Dotson as NFL weapons to what Malik Neighbors and Brian Thomas Jr. were in collegiate weapons, they elevated Daniels. Daniels did not elevate them. Jaden Daniels has the highest bust potential of any quarterback in this class.
Well, we'll
Yeah.
certainly see. I'm not a big Daniels fan. I ranked my quarterbacks as Drake May, JJ, Daniels, and then Caleb. I
So
think Caleb's got the tools. I think he's smarter than what you think. He does not take big hits usually. He
oh,
does take some, but he doesn't take a lot
Caleb
of them.
Williams has been groomed to be the number 1 pick in the NFL draft since he was playing Pop Warner football.
I agree.
This is what he was built for. Now, if Caleb Williams was not in this draft, Drake May would have been the unquestioned first overall pick. There would have been no debate Drake May or Jaden Daniels as the number 2 quarterback. It would have been Drake May all day. But because Caleb Williams exists, that allowed for there to be some debate between Drake May and Jaden Daniels as the second best quarterback. Now, people are going to rank him differently, and that's fine. But let's just roll with consensus. Consensus rankings say that Caleb Williams is the top-rated prospect.
Well, Mel Kiper.
So
There was no Kuiper last night. That threw me off.
He's in it.
Kept waiting for
Dude,
Kuiper.
he's probably had like 3 Red
Mike
Bulls,
McDaniel's
3
looking
coffees, a
fresh.
couple espressos. Like the dude talks faster than
Anybody.
dude. It's crazy, and he's loud.
Since they got rid of McShay, I just don't. Kuiper and McShay is such a good such a good dynamic. Kuiper without McShay is.
You don't like boogerisms?
It's like I like Yates better than both of them.
Boogerisms, dude. You don't like boogerisms?
I like Field Yates better than I like Kuiper, but they just don't have that same dynamic. So I'm on the NFL Network's coverage. I prefer Rich Eisen.
I got them both on.
I'm on ABC.
I prefer
ESPN's
Rich Eisen and Daniel Jeremiah and Bucky Brooks and Joel Klatt.
I like
the panel.
I like Jeremiah and I like Klatt a lot.
I do like Jeremiah. Daniel Jeremiah is so smart.
Is Bucky on there too?
Yeah.
Bucky is the draft analyst that I respect the most because he's not afraid to be different, but not like just be Chris Sims different out there.
You know, I tell you, for just pure draft knowledge, the one that I respect the most is Peter Schrager.
Yeah, I like Peter Schrager too.
He is, because he doesn't report based off
Patrick
of
Paul.
what he thinks. Like his reporting is all based off of what he's hearing and his sources, but he's very good about not ever revealing who those sources are.
Patrick Paul, offensive tackle out of Houston.
I like Patrick Paul.
Hey.
I think this is a good get for the Dolphins at this point of the draft.
You know what I don't understand?
Plan for the future.
2 years in a row, Michigan had the top offensive line in college football. How many Michigan offensive linemen have gone?
None.
Zero.
Why?
Because they're better as a unit than they are individually.
Okay. Do you truly believe that?
I do.
Yeah,
I agree with Coach on that.
I believe
they are a very well coached unit.
Yes, they were.
Now,
I think you're going to see some of them make it all pro level. Some of the Michigan offensive linemen.
So here's something, like you said this. I don't know if it was on last night or if it was just in something where I read it earlier, that you said that JJ McCarthy, if he goes to the Vikings, would have an all-pro. He would be an all-pro as a rookie.
I do believe he'll be a top 12 quarterback as a rookie. I don't think he'll make all-pro as a rookie.
I took great offense at the fact that you calling any rookie an all-pro. Well, it almost never happens.
Hang on now. Remember, there's also all-pro rookie team.
That's all rookie. That's not all pro.
No, there is
all pro and all rookie are two different things.
I understand that, Anthony,
right.
But if you look at our coverage of Brad Holmes, I actually quoted, based on what my research is, how many of his picks were all pro, how many were and it was called all pro rookie. So it's
Yeah.
a different squad than the All Pro, but it's All Pro rookie.
But
And
yeah,
how many have made the Pro Bowl? Now,
so
I
so
do
Pro Bowl
believe-
is a joke. Let's put
well,
that
it might
out
be,
there.
but I'll tell you what. If you're a terrible player, you don't go to the Pro Bowl. Would you agree with that?
Tyler Huntley and Gardner Minshew, the last 2 years, would like to have a word.
Hey,
Those
Gardner
were two
Minshew is
AFC
not
Pro-
terrible.
two
quarterback.
AFC Pro Bowl quarterbacks
Mhm.
that would anyone put them in and say they actually deserved it?
Yes, I would say that
I would say
Gardner
Minshew did.
Minshew definitely deserved it last year. Michael Pittman
Gardner
Jr.
Minshew is the reason the Colts didn't make the playoffs.
Gardner
I don't know if
Minshew
I
is
agree
the
with that.
reason the Colts were in the running.
Yeah, I
He's
agree 100% with
he's
that.
also the reason the Colts were in the running, but he is also the reason that they missed the playoffs. This is the thing with Gardner Minshew
I don't know.
and Raiders fans can love me, hate this, whatever. Gardner Minshew will win you a couple of games that you shouldn't win, but he will lose you 3 or 4 games that he shouldn't lose.
That's probably true of most quarterbacks in the league.
Which
Most
is
quarterbacks that start in the league have the capability of having that unconscious game where everything seems to go right, and they have the capability of disappearing
Minshew
for no
is
apparent reason.
he's the closest thing to the Brett Favre mindset since Brett Favre played. He thinks
Except
he can
Brett Favre could make it work.
Right. He thinks he can make any throw on the field, and he has no fear about doing it.
I love
He
that.
just can't. He just can't do it.
I like
mean,
that he runs. I like that he's confident enough to do. I mean, that's what I like about him. He's
He
confident,
has more.
very
He had
confident.
more turnover worthy plays out of the quarterback position last year than any other quarterback in the NFL.
Michael Pittman still finished as a top 15 wide receiver last year with a backup quarterback. You know, I mean,
And
I think
Minshew
that
didn't every
Minshew
game,
did
I
good
don't
enough
think.
to be doing that. I mean,
Minshew didn't start every game. He started
No, I
every
know he
game that
didn't.
Anthony Richardson was hurt.
But Anthony Richardson
He
played
4
what,
games.
4 games?
he played in 4 games, but he was
Yeah.
injured in 2 of them. He
Correct.
only
3 of
played
them.
2 complete games.
Correct.
Yeah. So
So,
I mean, that's pretty good for Minshew to support. You know,
I think a lot
top
of it
15 receiver.
That's pretty
I think
good.
a lot of it
It's
was
still good.
that the focus shifted to Jonathan Taylor, defensive focus.
And Zach Moss.
Yeah.
Let's
shifted
not
to
forget that
Jonathan
Zach Moss
Taylor.
carried that team for
Oh yeah, dude, he was one of my
quite
favorites.
a while.
Scott Fishbowl last year. I drafted him like in the last round everywhere. I was like, dude, I said, go get him. Fucking go get Zach Moss. I said, look what he did at the end of the year when he got an opportunity with this team. Go get him. He's free.
What do we think about Zach Moss in Cincinnati?
Okay.
That running back room, Zach Moss and Chase Brown. Do they have to add a running back to?
They don't have to
weekend?
add, but I do think they will add. But I think that it's
Do you
going to
think
be
it's
improved.
a guy for right now, or do you think it's more of a developmental guy that they add?
You know, if they can hit big, remember, I think that this draft class is a good one that's deep, but doesn't have the top talent. Okay. Jonathan Brooks would have been a first round pick had he not got hurt. I believe that. I think he's got the talent to be a first round pick. I think Blake Corum has the talent to be a first round pick, but he's got enough flaws in his game that nobody was going to make him that. Now, Dallas, who did they just take?
They haven't selected yet.
Okay.
If
Dallas takes Blake Corum, what's your opinion of that, Anthony?
If Dallas takes Blake Corum
in the second round, is he their starter?
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Like whoever if the Cowboys take a running back in this spot, he's their starter. The only running back.
And what do you think he does for the course of the year?
Yeah, the only running back that they could have taken in this spot that I wouldn't have said that he walks in as a starter is Jonathan Brooks because he's coming back from injury. But any other running back that gets for the Cowboys that gets this much draft capital instantly becomes their starter. And for me, in that McCarthy system with the supporting cast, I'm probably looking at a high end RB2, possibly sneaking into that RB1 discussion.
So, Coach, This is my dream landing spot for Blake the Great. What do
Is
you
it?
think? If Blake the Great goes to Dallas, does he move up your running draft boards enough to take him in the 3rd round of fantasy drafts?
In redraft, 3rd
Yes.
round,
Yep.
probably not for me.
But you're not coach.
I mean,
Coach.
I think at that point,
Remember
probably like
McCaffrey was
4th
going
round.
in like 4th rounds of redraft leagues when he came in. So
Coach, what do you think?
I think he's probably like 4th round.
All right.
and just remember what I just said. McCaffrey was going in like 4th rounds of redraft leagues when he came.
He was after the 2 injury
After his injury.
seasons. Yeah.
He was,
But he's been a high draft pick every other year.
Yeah.
he was like a second
I'm
round
waiting
reserve,
with bated breath.
Edge rusher, Marshawn Nealand.
Oh, okay.
Where'd Nealon go?
To
Dallas.
Dallas.
Okay,
What if
so
Corum falls? Do you think Corum falls to the 3rd round in Bengals?
I think so. Now, I thought Dallas was the primary landing spot for Blake.
I think if he's there in the 3rd round, the Chargers take him.
It's hard to say that wouldn't be the case, because let's just kind of look at the way the board falls from here. We've got Tampa, Green Bay, Houston, Buffalo, Detroit, Baltimore, San Francisco, and KC.
Houston
Do any
could take
of those
a running back.
teams really need a running back? Houston
Houston
just got Joe Mixon and just extended him.
Right, but Mixon also did not play well last year. So Houston could want one. I think Kansas
They
City
wouldn't have
wants
given
it.
Mixon a 3-year deal if they didn't.
Well,
if he
we'll
wasn't
see.
their guy.
I think Kansas City wants another running back to pair with Pacheco.
They have Kansas City already has 4 running backs on their active roster.
Jerick McKinnon's the best one on there too.
And Kansas City will not invest in running backs heavily.
No.
They're not taking a 2nd-round running back. Detroit's not taking a running back. Baltimore
Nope.
not taking a running back in the 2nd round. Tampa
Maybe.
might. Tampa would be the only one that
I'd be right here though.
Would be the only team that I think you could make that argument.
And
Can we
who's at
put
the
the-
top of the 3rd?
Carolina, who already took a running back. They're probably
Right.
not taking 2. Why does the draft order escape me?
Here, I got it for you right here. Top of the 3rd.
Like the Chargers have the 5th pick.
Okay, so we got Panthers, Cardinals, Commanders, Patriots, Chargers, Giants, Cards.
So before the Chargers pick, you have the Panthers, the Cardinals, and
Chargers might get Corum.
If the Chargers take Corum, does he become the starter or does he play a partial role to Gus Edwards? I discount J.K. Dobbins. I don't trust J.K.
I think it is a committee.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's a committee. I think Corum is probably the featured guy of the committee. At least he should be.
I think it'll take a while for Corum to earn the starter's job at that point in time, but it's going to be some type of committee. And I'm not surprised whatsoever that they brought in Dobbins. Obviously, a connection to Greg Roman. But if you ever listen to Jim Harbaugh talk about J.K. Dobbins, he says he's the best player he's ever coached against in college.
Yep.
Granted, that's 2 major injuries later. But if he's anything close to that again, which I don't really expect, he's a very good player.
And
has anybody ever come back from Achilles tear and been really great at running back?
At running back?
I know you can come back from ACLs. I understand that. But an Achilles tear is something different.
Like Foreman's the best one, but it also took him 3.5 years to come
almost
back
3
from it.
Yeah.
Like and he still wasn't explosive as he was coming out of Texas.
Okay. So is your money
Akers is terrible.
Is your money on Corum to the Chargers now?
Yes.
I think that
I think it's a good bet.
Unless the Buccaneers select him right here.
an argument could be
we-
made that he's the favorite.
Can we please will TJ Tampa to Tampa, please?
TJ Tampa.
They need a
Sure
corner
football.
too. So,
Sure Football makes the mention that a lot of good offensive linemen left, and he
The
could
offensive
see.
offensive line is so deep, though.
Yeah, well, he
and-
could see Blake falling down because of the offensive linemen.
He could.
So-
It's definitely. But the third round is where is where I kind of expected the running backs to start having that movement.
we haven't seen a whole lot of offensive linemen go in the second round though either. It's Jackson Powers Johnson, Zach Frazier, Patrick Paul. Has there been any other one besides that?
I think there was one more.
Okay, so
Just
let's
don't
see.
remember.
Offensive tackles.
Just any offensive
Oh.
lineman.
Center.
Because there's Frazier, Jackson, Powers Johnson.
Yeah, the
Patrick
center
Yeah,
from
Powers-
West Virginia.
Powers
one.
Johnson, Frazier, and Paul. That's it.
So how many
Yeah.
have gone overall?
3.
No, I'm talking about yesterday too.
Oh. There's like
yes.
10 in the first round or so.
Let's see. First round we had 1, 2, 3.
There's been a lot of defensive tackles
5,
go in the
6,
second round. So like every defensive tackle and
7, 8.
Michael Hall for the Browns. We haven't talked about, but that is a great landing spot for
That
him.
is a great spot.
8.
8 yesterday, 3 today.
Yeah.
That's all offensive linemen.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we
That's
got
what I
11,
saw,
so
11
far, but
total.
There was a lot of guys that were getting second round hype that haven't been drafted.
Haven't gone yet.
Kingsley out of BYU.
Chris Braswell out of Alabama.
The Yale kid. That's
There's
who
got to
Tampa
be a
took.
Georgia lineman coming out, isn't there?
Amarius Mims he went yesterday.
He went 18. They have Van Pran will get drafted probably rounds 3 or 4, I would assume.
I think he's I almost see him going in the third to the Bears. That
He
Van
feels
Pram.
like a guy that should go in the 4th, but his leadership characteristics are going to put him in the 3rd. He's just a limited
Edge.
athlete. That's the
Edge
problem.
rusher to Tampa.
Yep.
Yeah,
Braswell,
Chris Braswell.
I'm not a
the
big
guy across
Braswell
from
guy.
Dallas Turner this year.
Oh, he said Sanders. Sanders is still on the board. Deion.
Jatavian Sanders is a kind of a you got to be the right team to take his flavor.
He reminds me
The Bengals.
Jatavian Sanders, like the Jatavian Sanders hype, feels a lot like the Jelani Woods hype from a couple years ago. Like
Do not hate on Woods.
I live in Indianapolis, man.
6'8".
It's like I live in Indianapolis.
You're
I
hyping him
hear
up
all
again.
about Jelani Woods.
Him and Mo Alley Cox, baby. Big boys.
Jelani Woods he needs to stay healthy so we can see what he really is. But yeah, the Colts have
So I told my wife
3 tight ends that they like.
I told my wife I was going to stick with you guys until the Detroit pick. How much longer is that?
We're almost there. Packers
almost
are on
there.
the clock right now. They just took
Okay.
Javon Bullard,
Bullard.
Georgia.
That is a
Another
good
got Houston and
defensive
Buffalo.
player. 3 more picks.
Houston
3
and
more
Buffalo before
picks.
Detroit.
Who's the best
the Packers
edge
probably
left?
a good pick.
The best edge rusher left.
Yeah.
Depends what you want.
Yeah.
I want
Like-
somebody that can give pressure.
Depends on
somebody
the
that
power
power
complements
guy. Power, speed.
speed.
I mean, like if you're looking at consensus, it's probably going to be like Adisa Isaac out of Penn State, but
Yeah.
he's just a guy.
I wanted a Penn State DE for Detroit. I wanted Chop
Yeah.
to fall to him. Chop.
Well,
I was amazed when I found out why Michigan ran the ball 32 straight times against Penn State. It's because they couldn't block Chop Robinson. Best line in the country, and they couldn't block one guy.
Texans
Okay,
are
who
on the
else is
clock
there?
next. What do we think?
Braylon Trice might be in that argument.
Trice is like a 3rd round pick. He's got some production, but he's just such a limited athlete.
Well,
And then
what Brad Holmes does, and he said this,
Booker, the kid from Kansas.
yeah, what Brad Holmes has said over and over again is you fill holes with free agency and trades. You draft the best player available.
I think that's what every GM
He does
preaches
it.
that. Yeah, every GM preaches that.
Well, look at Brad Holmes' results. He does it.
Let me see what we can actually find at edge that would be all right for them.
Blake Fisher, offensive tackle, Notre Dame. That's who's going to your Texans.
Hey, that's a good pick.
In that opposite
Solid
John.
pick.
Joe Alt, yeah.
Yeah. Well, Joe Alt was left tackle, right?
Yeah.
Joe Alt was
So
left.
Fisher's
Blake
right
Fisher's
tackle.
a smart kid.
Is he?
Yeah.
He might start day one.
He might be your
he's
starting
a
right
solid
tackle.
player. We need a right tackle. If they put Charlie Heck out there one more time, I might lose it. That kid didn't even been drafted. He's
The Lions
only in the NFL
might.
bad.
I don't know that there's an edge that's worthy of going here.
No,
The
mean,
rest of them kind of 3rd, 4th, or later
there's
kind
a
of
lot
guys.
of
Traits
there's so many
guys.
there's a lot of good developmental guys, but not like anybody that's a
Jonah
Jonah Ellis would be like the one. Jonah
Yeah.
Ellis would be like the one here.
Yeah.
But he's coming off shoulder injury too.
Well, I was kind of hoping that kid from Western Michigan would make it down, but he's already been taken.
Yeah, he's gone.
Oh, so here's a guy. He's not necessarily just an edge. He's kind of like how Darius Robinson was yesterday. He can play some D tackle, can play some end. Brandon Dorless from Oregon. He could be a guy that the Lions like.
Yeah.
You think Bills are going receiver here?
It wouldn't surprise me if they doubled down.
I don't know, honestly. Let's see. I'm looking at these defensive tackles too, just to see if there's anybody that can play kind of inside outside too.
Yeah.
That hasn't gone. I mean, like Dwayne Carter out of Duke, he did play a little bit of edge at Duke.
See, now you got to remember that a couple of years ago, Holmes drafted Levi Uzuriki, and he was supposed to be that defensive tackle inside guy that could really apply pressure up the middle. And he's just hasn't worked out to this point. Still on the roster, but he's not really getting a lot of snaps. Aleem McNeil has been the guy that's got most of the inside snaps for Detroit.
Yeah, another developmental guy, the kid out of Baylor, Hall out of Baylor.
Yeah. He could be a guy that slides around.
Yeah, but remember, Detroit.
He's one of those movable guys.
Detroit gave away their 3rd round pick, so they don't draft again until very late. So they got to make this pick work. Now they may trade down to get additional picks.
But like you said, Brad Holmes' MO is just it's best player available, right?
Yes,
he's not gonna take just based off of just based off of need. If he's gonna take best position available.
Okay, best player available, Troy Franklin. Let's go.
Wide receiver, Penn State.
I could have talked myself into Troy Franklin at the top of this round to Buffalo. If they double down on receiver and get Keon Coleman and Troy Franklin, I wouldn't be mad at it.
I love Troy Franklin.
I do too.
Yeah, he is the best deep ball tracker in this entire.
I think Junior Colson might fall into that best player available too.
He is. When I was looking at the linebacker rankings, he was ranked number 1. They called it a weak linebacker class, but they said Junior Colson was the best.
It depends on your flavor of linebacker.
Yeah. So is he anything like Clifford Franklin from the replacements?
My flavor of linebacker, my favorite linebacker in this class is Cedric Gray, kid from North Carolina.
Inside?
Yeah, he's a middle linebacker. He's a pure off-ball linebacker.
Where
He
would
is
you
a
draft
tackling
Cedric Gray in
machine.
this draft?
Where would I?
Was he a green dot player?
Yeah, he
so
called
was
the
so was
defense.
Colston, and
Yeah,
that
he
means
called
a
the
lot to coaches because they're
Like I said,
basically getting the defense in the right
Did
position.
you ask where I would take Gray?
No.
Yeah, because like
But
I got
where?
a 5th round grade on him.
I that's where I have him. I have him late 4th or early 5th, but he's still
See,
my favorite linebacker in this class.
I hate this
Uh,
linebacker class like with a passion. Like I think it's just generally not good. I think Junior Colson I think will be a decent linebacker at the NFL level. I compare him to like a Jordan Hicks where he's going to be a solid player, but he's not going to be like anything, he's going to be a guy that you want on your team, but not
What,
like
you mean he's
go
not
above and
Mike
beyond.
Singletary reincarnated?
No, Jordan Hicks, a solid linebacker that's all right. But Jordan Hicks has bounced around a lot of teams too. Like he's
Yeah.
been with the Vikings, he's been with the Cardinals, and then where was he before the Cardinals?
I'm still waiting for you to name a professional team he's been with.
Jordan Hicks, Arizona.
No, but Vikings, Cardinals. I mean, I'm talking about professional defenses.
Oh,
He
come on now.
Played for the Eagles.
Man,
Okay, there you go. There's one.
I mean, he's been a solid player, but he's not anybody that you go out of your way to give him big
Bishop.
Craig, that was my poke at JC.
That's their Jordan Poyer replacement.
Cole Bishop.
Was it?
Cole Bishop.
I like Cole Bishop.
Safety, Utah.
Yeah, he's a good fit
for that
defense.
He can do everything.
All right, Greg, you're on the clock, buddy. Who are you taking here?
Well, for me, I want edge as a position. Don't want running back. Don't want wide receiver. I would take a wide receiver to replace Josh Reynolds if there's one that's top, but I don't know who's left, to be honest.
Troy Franklin.
Okay, then
Troy Franklin.
But might be the guy they get.
Williams.
I think so. Yeah, Troy Franklin. The other one with Malachi Corley.
Mm-hmm. Corley, was he at
Corley
USC?
Doesn't fit in with St. Brown.
No, he doesn't. But
they need a. Well, they've got Jamison Williams as their primary speed guy.
Oh, look who's coming out!
The next guy on my list is
Barry coming out.
The next guy on my list is
Barry's coming out.
Rakestraw from Missouri, the corner.
Your man.
Well, they got a corner. They got a corner in free agency, and then they drafted a corner already. So I don't think they go corner again. I just don't see that. And they got
Carlton Davis.
Yeah, that's who they got in free agency. Yeah.
Yeah.
So they traded for Davis, and then they signed Amik Robertson.
Okay. And they drafted Terry and Arnold. So I don't think they go cornerback here.
I don't think they go linebacker either.
I could see them taking offensive line.
Their line's pretty strong, but and they got a lot of play out of Cole. They got a lot of play out of Colby Sorsdale last year.
Cooper Beebe to replace Jackson.
I like Cooper Beebe. He's just a guy that you can put in there and not worry about.
Man, there's a lot of Lions fans there.
If Barry's picking it, it's got to be a good pick.
Well, the mayor was the one who picked it, and he picked Ennis Rakestraw Jr.
That's who they took.
Cornerback.
Ennis Rakestraw Jr., cornerback, Missouri.
So,
is he a return guy?
No.
Okay.
He's essentially your nickel that wants to come up and hit somebody.
But they've got Branch for that. So
Branch is good. Like if they took Terrion Arnold, if they signed Amik Robertson, if they traded for Carlton Davis, and if they took Rakestraw, they plan on playing Brian Branch as safety then.
Yeah, Branch is a safety now.
He does not look happy, dude. Sorry to say that, but he does not look happy.
Enos doesn't?
He didn't.
Well, his family sure looks happy.
Well, I mean, I would be happy too if my kid gets signed by the NFL team.
Unless, like, there has been some talk about moving Rakestraw to like a strong safety type of role. Like some people have mentioned that, which would probably be better for him because I don't like his athleticism.
Right. I'll say, does Rakestraw become the safety and Branch stay in that?
Branch was
nickel
awful
corner role.
effective. Branch was
Yeah, he
awful
was
effective
maybe.
last year.
He was
he was
I could
so effective
see-
last year.
I could see that because what was the name the Syracuse corner that they converted to safety, Malafanu or whatever? You know what I'm
Yeah.
talking about? Yeah.
Iffy
Ifeatu
Malafanu. Yeah.
Yeah.
He was a guy that tested great, but had like the worst tips in the world. So they moved him to safety finally. But he could maybe like if maybe they're
He-
gonna
He started
Maybe
at
both
the
the
end of the
Malafanu
season.
brothers had that problem.
Iffy
Yeah.
started at the end of the year. He actually
I know.
played quite well at the end of the year.
Mhm.
So
yeah, but like it's the last year of Kirby Joseph's contract, isn't it? Like his
I
rookie
don't
I think
deal.
so.
So then, like, they're going to need safeties because they're not going to be able to pay him.
but I think
loved
Kirby
him coming
plays
out of Illinois.
I think he plays
Yeah.
strong safety though. I don't think he plays the weak safety.
Mhm. It's just
Ravens
God,
on the clock.
it's a weird pick, honestly. Like, unless you're moving Branch to free safety, I don't know.
All right, Greg, stay with us. At least we have 3 more picks until this round is done, and then you
got
can
it.
be released to your beautiful
I
life.
got to go study this guy because I not even heard of him before.
Oh, Ennis Rakestraw.
Yeah.
And
There were a lot of people that were starting to push him up into the first round, the end of the first round. I
he was
never
in
saw that.
a lot of people pushed him up to round 1 until he tested, and then they're like, this guy's solid day. Yeah.
Yeah, I never saw it as a day one guy.
He doesn't have any
Pete-
ball production either, like at all.
Pete in here.
How's
he
his
said,
tackling?
oh, go ahead. Y'all good?
Oh, sorry, JC. Go ahead.
I was just say Pete in here. He's saying Bears NFC North opponents are loading up on defense. He said getting ready for Bears explosive offense? Question mark.
Not
I love you,
24.
Pete, but as a Bears fan, I'm going to say I think they're more loading up for the all
Playoffs.
powered offenses.
Yeah.
I'll say the NFC North is going to be it's going to be a slugfest for
It
the
is
next
for sure
several
it's gonna
years.
be a slugfest.
You want my
So
bold
the
take for
Ravens-
this year on the NFC North?
I'll take your bold prediction, Craig.
Packers
The
finish
Ra-
last.
The Ravens took a
Roger
Rosengartner,
Rosengarten.
Yeah.
Tackle.
but he was
Washington.
apparently a really good basketball player. So that means he's
Well,
got good feet.
He's like 6'7", so
Washington had a solid offensive line, so
Yes,
they
they
did.
did.
it's hard
Well,
to argue against taking a Washington line.
Until they played against a superior defense.
How many times did Penix get sacked in the championship game?
I don't know. Did he?
I'm asking you. You're the Wolverine fan.
Anthony, all I care about is what's on the final score, and I don't even care about the numbers. I just care about which team has the bigger score.
you know. So I'm just getting back to Rosengarten here real quick. So going to the Ravens, that's an interesting fit for him because he's a guy that, he's like 6'7", a little bit slighter frame too. So I don't. Might be a little bit more developmental.
Big
at this point.
dude.
Usually the Ravens like to
big.
draft a little bit bigger tackles.
Yeah, but they don't need him for this year. Like
maybe. I mean,
maybe to replace Moses.
Because like they got Daniel Faalele, your Minnesota boy JC, but he's huge. And then last year, Ronnie Stanley
got hurt.
Stanley and Makari were essentially switching off like series because Ronnie Stanley's ankle's toast.
Yeah.
So I want to talk. We didn't really get to talk a little bit about the Bills whole thing when they made this trade. We kind of did a little bit, but I wanted to, kind of mention too that the last time, I don't know if you knew this, Greg, but the last time the Bills made a trade with the Chiefs, it was basically what gave the Chiefs Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, but you got to remember, coming out,
and now they traded again and give him a fast receiver.
Nobody knew what Mahomes was going to be when he came.
I know.
Andy Reid did.
Well, apparently.
To hear him talk about it, and Andy Reid he knew what he had in Mahomes. And the Chiefs, as they're back on the clock, they got their BYU tackle. They took Kingsley here.
Okay.
I think
That's
too,
it.
having Alex Smith there to at least mentor him
For
for
that
a year,
full
like,
year as a
that was
mentor.
insanely great. I loved Alex Smith, man. He was man. He
He
was
never lived up to his potential.
injury.
He had skills. I know, but he had skills and he just never could quite get over the hump.
So
Yeah.
he was incredible as a starter in Kansas City, Greg.
He was so
He was
good.
he was arguably the best quarterback in the league while he was the starter in Kansas City.
That's
Like,
what I'm
he
saying. I
played
think that helped
he
him
played
develop.
Except for 1
incredibly.
year. Except there
And
was
what
the 1
happened
year where
then-
he didn't throw a single touchdown to a wide receiver, though.
But I mean, but early in his career, no, he didn't live up to that number 1 overall pick standard. And then, of course, late in his career, he had the devastating injury. But for a very short time, Alex Smith was great.
He's so good, dude.
Alex Smith was great, and it was the fact that Alex Smith was great that allowed Patrick Mahomes that chance to develop and become the pro that he is.
I think there's a lot of Patrick Mahomes talent, to be honest, and work ethic. Even
But that's why I say
Guess what?
Andy Reid, to hear interviews, like insider interviews talking about that time. Andy Reid asked around who some of the other evaluators thought was the best quarterback. Everybody told him Deshaun Watson.
yeah,
Right.
But-
Everybody is like,
but
because
Mahomes
I mean,
was
Deshaun Watson was pretty damn good.
he
coming
was
out
he
of
was
college.
athletic, he was talented,
Deshaun
but
Watson,
he didn't
until
have
he
the
got in
work
trouble.
ethic. Mahomes,
Deshaun Watson was the best quarterback as a prospect in that class.
but
I mean, he was the
Mahomes
number 5 quarterback, though, like 5
Mahomes
As a
was-
prospect, right?
Mahomes was the
But
best
Andy-
film study guy. Mahomes
but-
spent hours in the film room,
But
and
Andy
that's where he
Reid
honed it.
knew what he's like, yeah, Deshaun Watson's great, but there's something special about this Mahomes kid. I think I'm going to go with Mahomes. He
I
just saw
think-
something that
you're
not
telling
everybody else
me-
did.
You're telling me you don't think Deshaun Watson could have been just as special with Andy Reid?
I don't know
know.
because I don't know if he would have invested as
He
much
had Bill
time in film
O'Brien.
study.
Come on now.
But no, he could have been
on
better.
now.
He could have
Come
been
on.
better, but that doesn't mean he
Bill
could have
O'Brien
been
was yelling at
Mahomes.
his fans like he sold Hopkins for chips. I mean,
Right. I mean, and Deshaun Watson had a
he
Good
had such a chip
early
on his
career
shoulder. He
in
did the
Houston.
same kind of things, same kind of throws off his crazy foot. He did the same kind of things as Mahomes
Deshaun-
did,
to say that
he
Deshaun
doesn't have
Watson
the arm
wasn't
strength.
good early in his
except he
career.
wanted to get
is-
massages.
Well, I
There-
don't, Anthony.
there's a
Nobody's
reason
saying
why
that.
He's
Nope.
he was worth the trade.
If
Now
you
he's
look at
not lived up to the trade, but
if you look at the greatest quarterbacks outside of Brett Favre in NFL history, they all study film religiously. They spend hours in the film room studying and getting a step up. Peyton Manning was that way. And Patrick Mahomes is reportedly one of the hardest working players in the NFL in terms of film study. And I don't think that aspect of a player can be overstated. The ability to learn from watching.
I
You
do. I'm
also-
telling you. Go ahead.
You also need both, though. You need the talent and the film study too, because like you got guys like Kirk Cousins, Derek Carr, are like two of the most studious guys too, but they don't have the talent of Patrick Mahomes. So
Yeah.
that's why they have their own cap ceiling.
Right, but neither one of those guys is a bust. They both had long careers in the NFL.
Good.
You know, I mean, you take a guy like Andre Ware for Detroit was supposed to be the guy. He was lazy. He didn't study film, and he never really made it as a starter.
How many playoff games has Derek Carr won?
Mhm.
Well, I don't know how many he's been to. Is a playoff game a sole proponent of a
I mean,
quarterback?
I was going to try to compare him to Kirk Cousins because, he's played 12 years. He's been to 4. He's played in 4 playoff games and he's won 1. And he's made $350 million in his career. Like,
Good for him.
I mean,
yeah, he's got a great agent.
I don't think Derek Carr's won a playoff game, but I think he's only gone to, like, technically they've only gone to the playoffs twice, and then the 1 year was where he had a broken leg anyway. So
Anyway, I got to go, gentlemen. Thank you very much for having me on. Anthony, it was great bumping shoulders with you today. Coach Craig, great to meet you, so to speak.
You'll meet
And
him.
I hope you guys are all going to the expo because JC and I will be there.
Still up in the air. We're gonna try.
Coach will be there.
Bye, guys.
See
See
ya.
you, Greg.
Love you, Greg. You're the best. All right. Pick is in for the 49ers. What do you think they pick?
I'm going back to this Chiefs pick real quick too. So Kingsley fell all the way to 63 now. Some people think he's a little bit more developmental. Do you think he could start? Can he start right away? Because it's probably just going to be a competition between him and Wanya Morris, and I am not a Wanya Morris fan.
Yeah, I think he could start week 1.
I do too.
Renardo Green,
Renardo
the next
Green.
corner.
That's who San Francisco took?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that makes sense for them. He is Florida State guy who likes to play press, bump, and run, which not necessarily what, San Francisco wants to play, but, a physical corner to play opposite of Javarius Ward. It's definitely something they need.
Yep.
Because none of the other guys they've drafted in recent history have panned out, whether Demondor or Lamore and Ambry Thomas. Sorry, Greg. I'm going to crap on Ambry Thomas here out of Michigan because he has been terrible. And I knew he was going to be terrible watching him at the Senior Bowl.
Oh, it's all fun here at the Sports Affiliation. We just like to rustle each other's feathers.
Yeah, I don't hate Michigan players. Let's put it out there. I like the good ones.
So, are you going to the expo, Craig?
Yeah.
Am I picking you up or what?
What?
Am I picking you up on the way or what?
Let's see.
So I'm driving there. I'll be driving there on Thursday. I'll be getting up early Thursday morning. We can kind of talk about the expo. I mean, you both have been before. Was it your first time last year, Anthony?
Yeah, it was.
And Craig, it was your first time when we went together?
Second time.
Second time? So yeah. So I guess with collaboration, we've kind of been to 4 years. Right. Or 3 years. 4 years. This will be my third year.
Yeah.
Your third year.
Yeah. Jury's still out for me. We'll see.
I would highly suggest if you're into fantasy sports and you are like on Twitter a lot and you follow a lot of Twitter, analysts, or you watch a lot of YouTube, or I would highly suggest, saving up some money and getting out to the Fantasy Football Expo, which is in Canton. It's from the 10th to the 12th, I believe, right? I get there on the 9th. Yeah. So 10th to the 12th. And it's basically like a 3-day event. The expo itself is on Sunday, where like people will be there, they'll have booths and stuff like that for all this fantasy stuff. Anything that's in the industry that's coming out. And Saturday it's like a crazy event, party. They have party at night. They have last year we had draft night out. This year they'll be doing that too. So a bunch of people will be drafting. They have the Kings Classic, which last year they also had the Queens Classic. They had an IDP one last year. There's 2 Kings Classics, and then they do an auction league. And that's all at the Hall of Fame building. Also, Friday they do I guess they do flag football as well. Flag football on Saturday. Like I said, there's a big party on Saturday night. There's also karaoke that goes down on Sunday night. Crazy karaoke fest. They go and like I said, a lot of these people that that you see on Twitter will be out there having a blast, having fun. Friday is the crazy thing. It's like a big meet and greet, basically.
Yeah.
They have this it's like in the center of Canton. It's like a big turf little area. They have a couple bars that are around there. They do beer pong. They did last year. I think they're doing beer pong this year. But they had they're also they do bags or cornhole. And it's just like a big meet and greet. Everyone hangs out, walks around. But it's like literally like I consider it like what I call it to me is like it would be like going to a family reunion where everybody kind of gets along and everybody likes the same thing. You know, everyone's out there to talk fantasy football and meet new people, and everybody's open and welcome. Like I literally sat there, like on Friday night, it rained, and I sat there and talked to Andy Behrens and Scott Angle. And I sat there and talked to them for 30 minutes. I was like, this is dope. Like I picked Scott Angle up from the airport, man. It was a fun weekend. I met Anthony there for the first time. You know, I met a lot of cool people, and we got to develop some cool things. And we'll have a booth there this year, booth 14. So, and Coach is going to have a part of that booth too to sell some of his Coach Craig stuff. So it'll be dope. You know, we're gonna be having a good time. Come by, you know, say hi. We're gonna have some stuff to give away. We'll have some swag if you want to buy some swag. And we'll have some cool stuff. I'm excited for this year. It's going to be a big growth year for us. So also get over the Discord if you haven't been here. If you just get in here, go sign up for the Discord. It's free. At the Sports Affiliation on Discord. Yeah, or I think if you look in the link description, it's also in the link description. If you click in there, the Discord is also in there. But anybody that's on Twitter, yeah, just go check it out on the Discord. We're talking about a lot of stuff in the, you know, we'll be talking a lot of draft stuff. We also got basketball stuff in there going for the playoffs. So, and bets going. So anybody that's interested, come hang out, say hi. We're trying to build a community over there with these amazing people you see here.
Yeah.
Malachi Corley goes to the Jets.
Jets, Jets.
I actually like this fit a lot.
Yeah, it makes sense. I also kind of wonder if a team will try to use him as a little bit of a running back too. He was initially recruited as a defensive back, transition to running back, transition to wide receiver. So
yeah,
it'll be interesting.
He's for his size, he's very physical. I see a lot of Randall Cobb in his game.
Ooh.
There's one thing that scares me with him. He reminds me a lot of Amari Rodgers, who busted hard. I think he's a little bit more physical than Rodgers, though. I think he played a little bit more.
Too.
I think he played a little bit more in the slot out in college. Rodgers was forced to play a lot on the outside just because of what, you know, Clemson had after, you know, T. Higgins and those guys left. But
yeah,
there's just a little bit of similarity there that scares me, just because I'm like, this guy looks a lot like this guy. So it's like, I hope it works out, but I'm a little pessimistic that way.
Surprised Rodgers isn't in that draft room.
Let's see. Do you have JC? Do you have the full list of like the round two? Let's see if we can just roll through that real quickly and just kind of break it down, because I know we got talking about a lot of different things too.
All right, so
there was a lot of defensive tackles taken in round two.
So what do you want to talk first? We can talk wide receivers, tackles.
Let's just go pick by pick.
All right, so quick. Bills, they took Keon Coleman, wide receiver out of Florida State.
That is probably a long conversation in itself. We talked a little bit about it. It's kind of like
I think you got to do it. See, that's the thing. So we could be doing some things like this. I would say, like, you could record yourself talking about that. We can make that into a short. I could think you could make that into a 50-something second short. I think that's something we can talk about.
Oh wow, the Cardinals just took Trey Benson.
Trey Benson. I mean, James Conner's getting up there in age.
A little long in the tooth.
Yeah. So I mean, obviously he's had a lot of injuries, for better or worse. So it makes sense to have somebody long term behind him.
Yeah, I think this was my Trey Benson was my landing spot for the Cowboys. He was the running back I wanted them to go after. But
let's list off all the picks from the second round, and we'll just highlight a couple that we thought were kind of notable maybe instead.
Yeah.
Just because I know there's like a lot of them that kind of got glossed over when we started talking about, you know, the Lions and the Bears and all that type of things.
Right. So we had.
I'm about to pull it up. I'm just getting this ticker going.
No,
all right. So So to the Chargers, Lad McConkney.
Yeah, we talked
Fire
about Lad when it came up, so I think we can go past that one.
Atlanta Falcons, Rook or Horror.
Aurora.
Or horror.
We talked about that when it happened. Still don't like it.
John Newton.
Johnny Newton. Yeah, so that one was good. I feel like we talked about that one a little bit. too when it
Jalen
happened.
Polk.
Big Fig. I call him the Big Fig Newton.
Yeah. So you said Jalen Polk was next. Where'd he go
Yep.
again?
Yeah. Patriots.
The Patriots.
Patriots. Their wide receiver room's pretty open. They don't really have a big body guy there, so that
Juju
makes sense.
Smith-Schuster.
Juju's playing on one knee.
Hey,
Yeah.
and he's
I'm
playing on
also
TikTok.
playing on one knee, but
He's playing on TikTok too. So, all right, Los Angeles Rams, Braden Fisk, D tackle.
That's who got Fisk.
Yeah.
So they got Verse and Fisk, and they got Kobe Turner last year.
Yep.
That defensive line is gonna be nice.
Yep.
Like I get Aaron Donald's gone, but having those three guys after losing Aaron Donald, that's gonna be pretty good.
All right, Eagles selected Cooper DeJean. I love this pick.
Yeah, that was a good one. Fangio's scheme.
Did you see the little Mika thing where he Brandon Coleman guard TCU goes to the Commanders?
Ugh. I don't. I feel like a lot of people like Brandon Coleman way more than they probably should. Like he's a pretty athletic guy, but like I watched like a lot of the Senior Bowl stuff with him, and it just looks so bad.
I'm a little surprised he went ahead of Cooper Beebe. I'm trying to figure out where the disconnect is.
It's some people think they can still play Coleman at tackle. The tackle reps at the Senior Bowl were complete garbage. Not playable there. So it's like a guard. He's got the athletic profile. I believe in his background, he hasn't played like a lot of football. So people are kind of bent on maybe the traits and the upside, but I just don't see it.
Yeah. And then,
all right, hold on. We're about to
after DeJean, there was the Saints taking Kool-Aid.
Yep, Kool-Aid. Oh yeah.
I think it's kind of interesting because somebody's got to move to safety unless they just put him ahead of Lante Taylor in the slot and then say, Taylor, get out of there. I know at one point in time they were talking about moving Taylor to safety, though.
Yeah.
Houston Texans select Kamari Lassiter, cornerback.
I was good with Kamari. Obviously, he was a guy that didn't test the greatest, but he's got good ball skills. He's a former wide receiver, played at Georgia at a pretty high level. So we'll see where they line him up on the defense. I know a lot of people have talked about maybe having him being a little bit more of a slot corner. So we'll see.
Arizona Cardinals select Max Melton, cornerback, Rutgers.
That was one that like we kind of really got glossed over just with everything that was happening. I like Max Melton a lot. He is a freak athlete. His brother Bo Melton plays with the Packers. I believe he's only like a year younger, but there's been kind of that age gap in between there. I think a lot of people thought Max was going to come out like 2 years ago, and then he stayed like an extra couple of years. But he's a guy that can play inside. He can play outside. Arizona don't have much in terms of cornerbacks, so he's going to be a good guy for them.
Yeah.
Raiders select Jackson Powers Johnson, center, Oregon.
I don't want to do all the talking, so if you want to jump on anything, Anthony, do it.
I mean, I love the player. I don't necessarily love the fit.
Is he going to play guard? I think he's going to play guard here.
I think he has to, doesn't he?
Because
that's why I said it. I think
he's just give Andre James a 3-year extension.
Yeah, I mean he's a natural center, and I mean I think he's the best center, pure center in this draft. But he does have that positional flexibility. He has played.
Yeah. He has played
played a little bit of guard.
He's got the size for it too, and he's got the upper body strength. His lower body's kind of weird.
But I mean, he's a guy that
doesn't do leg day, skips leg day.
I mean, I thought he was a guy that if he came in as a center, that he was just a plug and play center. As a guard, I think he's going to need a little to not expect that out of him.
Mm-hmm. And it's not, I don't think Andre James can play anything besides center. So it's not like they're just going to move him somewhere. Like they can't really move him somewhere else either. So I think they had a need at guard. I think, a big, because they're going to want to run a little bit more of a power run game. So I think he could be all right there. Obviously he fell because of some of the medical and medical concerns, I guess you should say. It's red flags,
Right.
but
We don't like red flags. All right, next is Green Bay Packers select Edgerrin Cooper, linebacker, Texas A&M.
I mean, I talked on this one a little bit. Like, he just reminds me so much of Brian Asamoah, who hasn't done like anything. I think he's a better pass rusher than him, but it's just it's a future pick, and you hope he develops into something. Like, I know a lot of people do like Edgerrin Cooper, the athlete, but Edgerrin Cooper, the linebacker, you know, he can't be a Mike linebacker. And
Right.
he himself even said in interviews he doesn't prefer to be the Mike.
Right.
Mike. All right. Carolina Panthers select Jonathan Brooks, running back, Texas.
He's the heir apparent there. When he's ready, I think it becomes his backfield.
Yeah, pretty much. It's going to take a while.
Miles Sanders. You don't like Miles Sanders?
Miles Sanders, hot garbage. Miles Sanders needs the best offensive line in the league to be good.
Like Chuba Bubblegum?
I love Chuba Hubbard as a complimentary back, but that's all he ever is a complimentary back. It should never be his job.
I like this next pick. New York Giants select Tyler Nubin, safety, Minnesota.
I like that pick.
I think he's pretty explosive.
Who's the new defensive coordinator for the Giants again? I can't remember. I think it was just somebody they promoted. So the defense should be similar. He's just like, he's a Xavier Kinney replacement, which I don't feel too bad about.
Right. They needed somebody.
Mm-hmm.
This will be good for them, I think. Jacksonville Jaguars select Mason Smith, defensive tackle, LSU.
Hey, we talked a little bit about this one when it happened, but this is like the typical Trent Baalke pick, you know, the big guy, the athlete. Like I said earlier, first year production at LSU was really good. Second year, he tore his ACL the first game of the year versus Florida State. And then his junior year was really, really hit or miss. So you're betting on the athlete. You know, he had some first round hype coming into the season, but really hadn't lived up to it. So we'll see how it looks for them, honestly.
Pick 49, Cincinnati Bengals select Chris Jenkins, defensive tackle, Michigan.
I like this pick a lot. Jenkins, the player, is very smooth. I think he offers a lot of pass rush ability from that interior line.
I feel
position.
like I still like to see his pass rush develop more, and that's the reason he wasn't a first round pick this year, is because he didn't take that next step yet.
Yeah, and so he looks good doing it, but he still needs to develop the full pass rush kit. I like his potential as a pass rusher. He's more than just a lane clogger. He gives them some positional flexibility on the interior of the D line.
All right, Patriots about to make their selection here. Pick 68. The New England Patriots select
Caden Wallace, tackle, Penn State.
That's earlier than I thought he was going to go. He seemed like a day 3 guy, but he's got a lot of experience starting on the right side of right tackle for Penn State. He's not a bad player, but Patriots need guys on the O line.
They had to have it. They had to come out of here with an offensive lineman.
I think
you could say that about every position for the Patriots, though. I think that they had to come out of this draft with.
Did Belichick leave his dog behind to still make picks?
Maybe. I don't know. The picks have been better, so probably not. Is that who picked all the wide receivers for them? The dog? Is that what happened all these years?
He's been picking for a while. All right, number 18, pick 50. Washington Commanders selected Mike Sainristil.
That's one we talked about quite a bit too at the time, because most NFL teams have viewed him as a nickel corner. Obviously, they had Quan Martin playing down there towards the second half of the season. So Martin probably goes back to safety. Sammer still stays there, and then they got Benjamin St-Juste and Emmanuel Forbes on the outside.
Pick 51, Steelers selected Zach Frazier, center, West Virginia.
I think we talked about this a little bit.
We did, but we didn't. Like Greg kind of asked about him, and JC's just like, "This is how tall he is and how big." Like he's a very experienced player at West Virginia, a little bit of a limited athlete, a great leader. Ended up breaking his leg, and wasn't really able to do much in like the All-Star game circuit. He still went to the Shrine. I think he was at Shrine Bowl. I think that's the one that he was at. He still went there. He did like a little bit of like on-field stuff there while he was kind of still healing. He wasn't 100%, and he had a lot of great interviews there though.
Yeah, I think he's a solid pick. I mean, he steps in at center. Like he's a pure center.
He's a big step up from Mason Cole though.
Yeah. So I definitely think he helps that running game.
Junior Colson, Michigan linebacker to the Chargers.
A Michigan player goes to the Chargers. I'm shocked.
It's not Blake Corum.
He's like, yes, I get to go play with my coach.
Yeah,
something that's funny to me in the pre-draft process, Jim Harbaugh had Junior Colson out for one of his last top 30 visits.
He had a couple of Michigan guys after that.
Right. I was like, I don't understand why you would bring any of your Michigan players in for a top 30 visit unless they've just like never been to the West Coast and you're just trying to throw them a bone.
I think that's part of what it is too. He's got the really interesting backstory too. Like he was born in Haiti, he got adopted, came over and all that stuff too. Really good, smart, good kid. Still going to develop and be a little bit better. But I know like when Greg was on and we were talking about him, I think he'll be like, a solid NFL linebacker. I don't think he's anybody that you want to spend like a big contract on long term. Maybe he develops into something more, but like I say like a Jordan Hicks type of player, a guy that's going to go out there, play a lot of snaps. You know what you're going to get out for him. He's not going to hurt you, but he's not going to do anything above and beyond for you.
He's going to be a solid,
explosive, man. He looks pretty good.
Solid player. Harbaugh's excited.
Yeah, I think that's a good pick for them. They're trying to beef up that defense.
Yeah, they still need to beef up that defensive line though.
Beef. All right, let's keep going.
The interior of it.
Pittsburgh at pick 51. Pittsburgh selected Zach Frazier.
We already did that one.
All right. Pick 52. Indianapolis Colts selected Adonai Mitchell, wide receiver at Texas.
I think you had a couple things to say about this when it happened.
I don't love it. I just don't love the player. And the off the field stuff doesn't make me love him anymore. It's just I don't know. I think the Colts are falling into a
Jim Harbaugh. Do you see his tattoo?
The champion thing. Yeah.
Like I said, I don't know. I just don't think Chris. I don't know. I don't know what Chris Ballard's doing with the AD Mitchell pick there.
I think at this range,
that's funny.
That's probably where like it's kind of the acceptable point to like take a chance on him. Like second and as you're getting deeper in the second round, third round, something like that. He's obviously got all the athleticism in the world, but there's a lot of question marks there. The Colts like drafting these super athletic guys. Some of them turn out, some of them don't. No. He's either going to end up being really good, or he's just going to be the second coming of Terrace Marshall Jr. There's like nothing.
Yeah.
No, not Terrace.
Yeah.
That's at least the way I view it. So it's like he could be really good. If Frank Wright was still the head coach, that would be a pick that you could never make with how lost that locker room.
Andrew Phillips, cornerback, Kentucky, goes to the Giants.
So the Giants. A lot of people do like Andrew Phillips, though.
I like him as a prospect. I think he's. This is about the range where I thought he would go, and I like him here. I think it's a good fit.
Yeah, they definitely need corner help.
I think it's another one of those, fit functions, team kind of all matching up and marrying up.
Do you think he's slot only guy or not?
I think he gives you that flexibility. I think he can.
I think they'll try to play him on the outside at least.
Yeah, I think that's the goal for him. I think he's better as a slot than, but I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, because like
his instincts aren't necessarily the greatest, but he's got the physical, he's got the physical tools.
Yeah, let's see. Because right now they just got like Deontay Banks, like not much else there
And
too.
that's it. Yeah.
McLeod's played all right on the outside at times. He's a guy I did like coming out of Notre Dame, but he's just a guy that gets hurt a lot too. So, and then who's the other? What's the other guy they had? That UCF kid. I loved him, but he's been hurt every single year. Aaron Robinson. That dude was a monster at the Senior Bowl in terms of like press coverage, and he had the athleticism. But in 3 years, he's been hurt for 2.5 of the years.
Yeah. Cardinals just took Isaiah Adams out of Illinois.
Okay, so he played tackle at Illinois. He's probably going to kick in
He's
the
a
guard.
guard.
They need interior help bad.
Yeah, he's a guard in the NFL all day.
He's pretty strong though, so he might be able to start for them, right away, even just with how bad their interior is.
Yeah. All right. So after AD Mitchell, we had Ben Sinnott to the Commanders.
He went where again?
The Commanders.
Okay, yeah. Greg was
53.
saying that he liked him and that he might start. I don't think he'll start right away because they did bring in God, what's his face? I can't even think of his name. Zach Ertz.
Yeah.
But Zach Ertz will be a good guy to teach him too. I think Sinnott's
Yeah.
got to have a lot of upside though eventually.
Yeah, I'd say. But Zach Ertz isn't the guy he used to be either. So
Zachary Ertz.
There is a chance that Sinnott could win that starting role just based off of athleticism.
Mm-hmm. And they have a pretty athletic tight end room as it is too, because they have Rogers, which was the Ohio quarterback that converted to tight end. He got hurt last year though, and then Cole Turner, who played his first couple of years at Nevada, wide receiver before converting to tight end too. Yeah. And then obviously you're going to more of a spread air raid offense too. So, that versatility and athleticism should play up there for somebody in that group.
All right. So where were we?
We're up to 54 with the Browns.
Michael Hall Jr., defensive tackle, Ohio State.
Yeah, so that's when we mentioned like real briefly. I kind of want to go back to it like when we were talking, because I'm like, that's a really good pick. He was a very good interior pass rusher from the 3 technique. He is a guy that has also bulked up during this process. He was up to 299 at his pro day, and he still tested extremely well. So he's probably a guy that's going to play better in the NFL than he did in college. Should probably also play more snaps in the NFL than he did in college.
Yep.
Next pick, Miami Dolphins, Patrick Paul, offensive tackle, Houston.
If you can give your Patrick Paul, then I'll give mine, because I think you're a little bit higher than me.
This is a plan for the future. We don't know how long
Teron Armstead.
Armstead's going to be there. I mean, he said that he thought about retiring this year. Mm-hmm. I think this is a good get at this point in the draft. This is another guy that at one point was being talked about as a potential late first round. Again, not a guy that I saw in that realm, but in middle second, this is kind of the range. This is kind of the top end of the range where I had him. He's a 3-year starter. 3-year starter, all at left tackle. Great leadership guy. I think you're banking on a little bit of development, but you've got the time to develop him.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Hopefully. I mean, so like kind of thing with that left tackle spot, Teron Armstead still there. He's probably going to retire after this year. Kendall Lamb, the backup that's played a lot for him last couple of years, kind of their swing tackle. When he was with the Texans, wasn't too good, but he's kind of developed over the course of his NFL career. He says he's going to retire after this year too as well. At least that's what's out there in the ether. So Patrick Paul, I view him as a developmental guy at this point in time. He's big. He's like 6'8". He doesn't always use his size the best. He got caught like a lot of the Senior Bowl reps and stuff too. He got caught leaning a lot too and not using his hands the great. So I think if he's coached up, he could be all right in time. but I think it's going to take a lot of time. And for a guy that's played as much as he has, and that was once seen as a first-round pick, I think there's a lot more rawness there than we would have liked. And I think this year's tape was worse than last year's tape for him at Houston.
All right, let's get one more pick before the Panthers get their pick in. Dallas Cowboys at pick 56 took Marshawn Nealand, edge, Western Michigan.
It's a good value at this point.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think this was probably a case of the Cowboys taking a best player available approach.
And they've kind of wanted that big edge for a while now. They drafted Chauncey Goldston out of Iowa a couple years ago. He's been, which is kind of what I expected because, like, my dad's a big Iowa fan. I seen some of the Iowa games. Like, I remember watching that defensive line. I'm just like, this guy on the end, he don't really got it. And then when he went in the third round, I'm like, how the heck this guy go in the third round? But I think maybe he's a replacement for him. Obviously, they like having some of those bigger guys out there on earlier downs, and then mixing in like your Sam Williams type in the pass rush specialist role. And then even with Nealand, maybe if you got him out there as your base end, the guy's like 273. Maybe kick him down to 3-tech on pass rushing situations.
Man, so Panthers just took Trevin Wallace, linebacker, Kentucky.
Ooh. That's higher than I thought he would go, but I understand it because he does have athletic traits.
Yeah.
And
again, it's a pick your flavor of linebacker. This was their flavor of linebacker.
Yeah.
Well, you got.
I'm not mad at it.
Yeah, like out of all the linebackers that are kind of out there, he's one of the guys that I would kind of chase and just bring in, and he's got the traits, and you hope he can develop a little bit more. His is kind of a lot of the in-game instincts, though. Like, he's got the athleticism to kind of make up for it, but he doesn't always see things the greatest to start.
Cowboys are selecting
Cooper Beebe.
Is that who it is?
Yep. Cooper Beebe.
That's a good pick. Let's see.
I think it's a great pick at this point.
So they took Guyton, right? Now they got Cooper. Can you just play? Okay, so you could play Cooper Beebe at left guard, push Tyler Smith out to left tackle, and just let Guyton simmer and develop. But there has been a lot of talk about Cooper Beebe playing center too.
Yeah, I think that's the natural fit here. I think he takes over for Biadish.
And I don't think that's a big drop off either.
I don't either. I think it's a fine pick for the Cowboys.
Mm-hmm. I mean, Cooper Beebe in the third round, whoever took him in the third round was going to be a pretty good pick.
All right, Falcons are on the clock. Let's keep rolling here. Tampa Bay Bucks at pick 57. They took Chris Broswell, edge, Alabama.
I mean, personally, I wasn't a big fan of this pick. I mean, they probably needed another edge rusher, but I'd rather get one of the developmental guys a little bit later on that I think has more high-end upside. It's like, for me, Braswell's just like, he's just kind of what he is at this point.
Kind of a guy.
He's a jag. He's a jag.
Yeah, like he was like if you took him in the third round, I wouldn't be mad, but like second round is just like there's not much upside there.
Picked 58. Green Bay Packers selected Javon Bullard, safety, Georgia.
It was the best Packers pick of the draft. Like, I talked about Bullard early on. We were talking about like what pure safety is going to go first, but I think, with the versatility, with everything that he can do, with as smart and as instinctual as he is, and even the athleticism tested decent, he's going to be a very good pick for them.
Yeah, I think he is the pure Jonathan Owens replacement.
And he's way better than Jonathan Owens. No offense to Jonathan Owens, Mr. Simone Biles.
And that's what I was about to say. I was like, he's the Jonathan Owens replacement, and I don't know that there's a drop off at all.
No, him and McKinney next to each other is going to be really good.
Yeah.
So the Falcons just took Braylon
Trice,
edge, Washington.
And sadly, that's the best pick of their draft so far.
I agree.
And
They got their edge rusher that they needed,
so,
but I don't
are
know that
they still going to play 3 down linemen?
with
Or are they going to 4-man front now? I
I
feel like I like
Raheem
Trice a little bit.
Morris. Raheem Morris is usually known for
He's
as
done
a 4
both.
down lineman.
He's done both.
Most recently, it's honestly most recently it was a hybrid scheme.
Yeah, well,
Played both.
Yeah, he's coached both ways. So, and they've kind of what they had last year is more of a 3-man front. I think if you have Brandon Trice's if it's a 4-man front, I think I like the pick a little bit better. I don't really like him standing up too much because he just doesn't have the athleticism for that. But even a 4-man front, I think he's still more of a DPR.
Bears are on the clock. The Bears are on the clock. What are your thoughts here, Anthony?
I think it's interior offensive line. I mean, that's. I don't think that there's a good enough value at edge to warrant it here.
Do you have a favorite interior offensive lineman here?
Well, I was going to say Cooper Beebe. Was kind of the way I was hoping, but probably Van Pran.
Van Pran
is probably the
I
way.
like McCormick. I like McCormick for the scheme fit and the guard center athleticism. Are you a Christian Haynes guy or not?
Not particularly.
Haynes.
Me either. It's just
not
he was getting a lot of 2nd round hype, and I just never got it.
Yeah. I think Van Pram is the name that's kind of been circulating in the Bears circles around this spot. So we'll see.
Yeah, I'm just trying to. What else? I'm like, what else would they take if they don't take O-line? But O-line kind of fell after round 1, so it's a good spot for them, honestly.
I mean, edge would be the other glaring need. I don't know that it's glaring
guy though.
But like I said, I don't know that there's a spot that
there's no one that truly stands out
at this point. At this point, like I said, I don't think there's not an edge player that screams at me. Like I said, the interior O line makes more sense to me.
Let's see,
but we'll see.
So let's see. Byard was a 2-year deal at safety, right?
Yeah.
So they got Byard and Brisker. Probably too early to bring in a safety to go behind Byard and kind of groom up, I would think. Especially when
they only have one more pick too.
Yeah, I was going to say, especially when they only have 4 picks in this draft. I wonder if it'd be a decent spot to trade back, but we haven't really seen too much trading back.
Yeah, pick is in already.
Yeah. I think it's got to be offensive line then.
Yeah. We'll see.
All right. Let's see here. Where were we? Texans, pick 59. They took Blake Fisher, offensive tackle, Notre Dame.
I was happy with that, and I'll be very happy once again if I never have to see Charlie Heck ever start a game again. How the heck that kid was a 4th-round pick is beyond me. The one year they gave him the Texans award for most improved player, and it was going from a guy that shouldn't even be on the roster to a guy that should be number 52 on the roster. I guess that's most improved, but I don't know. Honestly, the Chiefs offensive line coach is his dad, Andy Heck. Andy Heck was the starter in the league for 11, 12 years at left tackle, and he was a pretty good player. That's probably the only reason this kid's in the NFL.
All right. Next was Buffalo Bills at pick 60. They took Cole Bishop, safety, Utah.
Yeah, I think we mentioned that one just a little bit. I
Yeah.
think he's a Jordan Poyer replacement. I really like Cole Bishop. He's a guy that can do a lot of different things. He's very athletic. He's not afraid to come up and hit somebody.
All right, Detroit Lions at pick 61. They took Ennis Rakestraw Jr., cornerback, Missouri.
We talked a lot about
Okay.
that one.
Pick 62. The Baltimore Ravens took.
Was that Bears one in?
Oh, Bears. Yeah, they took.
Ron Amagandye, the Yale tackle.
Oh, okay. So I think in theory he could play some guard.
I think he could.
It's not a bad value here.
This is a spot where Ryan Poles has done very well at drafting these middle round offensive linemen and having them perform well.
Yep.
So
what was it? The year they drafted Braxton Jones, it's like they took all the developmental offensive linemen they pretty much could in one class, and they're like, we'll bring them all in and see which ones we like. And Braxton Jones played really well, and like I just remember seeing him at the Senior Bowl, and I'm like, this kid could be something one day.
yeah,
Turns out it happened a lot quicker.
Yep. And so I mean I like this pick. I don't know if he plays guard or tackle. We'll see. And
all right, so we were at pick 62. Baltimore Ravens selected Roger Rosengarten, offensive tackle, Washington.
I feel like we talked a little bit about this one when it happened too. I thought it was a little bit of a surprise to me because typically the Ravens like a little bit thicker offensive tackles. Obviously, he's got the size, but he's right around 300 pounds, depending on like which time you weigh him. Play right tackle Washington. I kind of wonder if they try to, give him a year and try to develop him as a left tackle to take over for Ronnie Stanley, because Ronnie Stanley's ankle's toast. And like he was rotating with Macari like most of the last year.
All right, where Broncos are selecting here. What are we going to get here? What do y'all think? What do you think?
Broncos need a lot.
They're going to take another quarterback.
Will they take Troy Franklin?
This guy talks forever, I'll tell you that.
Broncos need a lot. I mean, they
Jonah Ellis.
Jonah Ellis, that's a good pick. It's a good scheme fit too.
Jonah Ellis, huh?
Yeah, I mean, he's a second round talent in the third round, but he had that shoulder injury, and then he probably would have been a first round pick if he didn't play through his shoulder injury and made his like last 6 games of the year tape look terrible.
Right. Yeah, he's a solid get. Still, I don't know. Needs to add a little bit more to his arsenal as a pass rusher. He's kind of a 2-trick pony.
Yeah. For the people that don't know, his brothers are in the NFL too, Christian and Caden.
So, but I think it's a good pick at this spot.
In the third round, you might like. Out of all the developmental guys left, he's probably the highest one on the edge.
Yeah.
There's Sean Payton. He's trash. Kansas City at 63. They took Kingsley Suamataya.
Andy Reid loves his BYU guys.
I wonder why.
Did he go there or what?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
He also played tackle there too.
Yeah, he did.
All right, pick 64. This is the end of the third round, end of the second round. San Francisco 49ers took Renardo Green, cornerback, Florida.
Yeah, that's one we touched on a little bit when it happened too. Just a guy to play opposite of Charvarius Ward, and all the other guys they've drafted there over the years really haven't
worked out.
Yep. And they didn't bring Jason Verrett back for like the 27th time yet either. For his 60th injury.
Raiders on the clock. Their pick is in.
I think we've gone over all the ones in the third round already.
That was all the third round.
Okay, cool. We're caught up.
Sorry, that was all the second round.
All right, gentlemen. I have to check out.
That's all
My
right.
wife is calling.
Okay. Have a good one.
All right. We'll
Later,
see you.
Anthony. Appreciate you.
See you tomorrow, Coach.
See you in the AM. Cool.
All right. Let's see.
So we got
Philadelphia
22
Eagles. They
players.
traded their pick. Who did the Raiders take? Delmar Glaze, Maryland tackle.
That's earlier than I thought he'd go. He's a guy that has some guard tackle versatility. He had a pretty good Senior Bowl. I won't say like super athlete or anything. I'll say I believe the measurables were okay. The Raiders do need, I mean, they do need some offensive line help still. They probably could use a right tackle. I don't think he plays there right away. They got who's that Ohio State guy they took a couple years ago?
Texans just traded the
Dale
Panthers.
Munford. He'll probably start right tackle.
Texans traded up.
Texans traded up.
Yep.
Cool. They've had a decent draft. I'm trying to remember. Last
Is
year,
it fun seeing your team be a competitor now?
What?
Is it fun watching your team be a competitor now? Like
After they went like 2-14, like 2 years in a row.
I mean, it's fun watching them again be like last year they were like explosive, got into the playoffs with a rookie quarterback.
The worst years were like the years like it's like we made the playoffs every year. We beat the Bengals in the first round every year, and then we lose to the Ravens or Patriots like every single year, like 5 years in a row. I guess you're a Vikings fan, so you're used to that too.
Yeah, every year, man. It was great. You want to know why it was so great? That's why Kirk Cousins fit in here so well. It's just, good enough to get us to the playoffs and lose. I mean, that's...
As my buddy Matt says, mediocrity is not only accepted, it's expected.
It's like the last time the Vikings had a decent pick, they picked Christian Ponder. I think McCarthy's better.
I don't know. I'm still someone that was like Ponder could have been something, but it's just like all these things went wrong. At least his wife's hot.
And smart. And super intelligent. Sam Ponder, man. She knows her shit.
She's a couple years older than him, too, if I remember correctly.
All right, let's see here. Who else is left on the board? Who do you think that they take here?
I can't even say I love to see Troy Franklin because we already got a bunch of wide receivers.
All right, so let's see here. Best available via NFL.com per grade.
We could probably use a safety.
Sanders. So Jatavian Sanders, Troy Franklin.
I like Franklin, but there's not really a spot for him.
All right, let's see. You're saying safety, cornerback? What about corner? Safety, best safety is the Dadrion Taylor Demers.
No.
He said no. All right, what about DJ James?
He's a corner.
Safety, what about Jaden Hicks?
Maybe. But I don't know if he fits with Petrie.
Let's see.
Be like Tyke Smith. Let's see who else.
He's like way down there though. Like,
which list are you looking at though?
I'm just looking at per grade on NFL.
Yeah. I mean, all these safeties are in a similar bucket. It's just kind of like what fits the team.
Omar Brown.
What?
About Omar Brown.
No. Is he like high on the list for some reason?
Yeah, he is up there.
Why?
You're like, no.
It's like a 6th, 7th round pick, maybe.
Kalen Bullock.
He could fit, honestly. He could play deep safety and have Petrie kind of be the rover.
You're like, no. Hell no. Pick is in. I think she's making the pick right now. Is it going to be a safety?
Maybe.
It's going to be the guy you don't like.
Probably going to be like a defensive lineman, honestly.
Kalen Bullock. Yep.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I mean, like, That was something we need is a deep safety. You know? I have not been
Caleb Bullock.
disappointed yet. You know, the Texans actually have been drafting a lot better since like we got a real GM and not Bill O'Brien.
Kalen Bullock.
I mean, he's a good deep safety, but that's all he's going to be. So he can't tackle to save his life, but
That's not good.
he can't come up and tackle. He can be like the last resort trip you up guy.
He
I
just
mean-
bounces off of folks.
I mean, he's not the biggest guy. Where the heck's Bullock at?
Kalen Bullock.
Oh, here we go. 6'2", 188.
They love it though.
His bench press was 8 reps.
That's pretty strong.
No, it's not. Maybe for 188 it is. For us it is. For an NFL safety, not so much.
Oh boy.
Who's up now?
Colts are up. Pick 79. We are getting close to halfway through the third round.
So the Colts could take. Good question. Watch them take Ja'Tavion Sanders. They'll just get the whole Texas
I'm
offense.
telling you
down.
right now, Bengals the next pick, dude. They're gonna take Blake Corum. Why wouldn't they?
Maybe.
It's a good fit.
Is it?
I mean, yeah.
But why?
Why not? They need a running back.
Yeah. They got Zach Moss and Chase Brown. They're fine. Like, is Blake Corum really that much better than any of those two? No.
I would say probably a little bit.
I'm like marginally better, but I don't think he's that
Man,
much.
Zach Moss, he's gonna be a starting running back.
Maybe. Might be Chase Brown. I mean, the difference, like, to me, the difference between Chase Brown and Blake Corum is not that different.
You telling me that's a strong backfield?
I'm not telling you it's a strong backfield. I'm just saying, like, in this year's running back class, there's not like backfields like this don't look that bad compared to the draft prospects this year.
The Colts took Matt Goncalves. Goncalves.
Yeah, so he went to Pitt. He played tackle there. He's somewhat athletic. He got hurt this year, so he probably fell a little bit. But you know, round 3 still probably pretty good for him. He's probably going to play guard at the NFL level, so makes sense. They could use some interior help. Why not? I would not be surprised if they draft a center later on, though, too, just because Ryan Kelly's getting up there in years and he's had so many neck and head injuries.
Goncalves. His calves are gone.
Hey.
Oh, Bengals pick is in.
So we're at what? Pick 80?
Pick 16, yeah, in the third round. Pick 80.
You gotta tell the NFL draft to hurry up. I gotta get ready for work one of these days.
Nope.
Tell the NFL draft it's gotta be done by 10 o'clock Central Time, otherwise I'm screwed.
You'll be screwed.
I mean, we got like 40 minutes for 19 picks.
19.
We're going at a decent pace.
We have
Could be
16 picks left, right? Oh, there's a bunch
pick
of extra
99.
picks. Oh, yeah, we have a bunch of extra picks.
Comp picks, man.
Comp picks.
No, compensation picks.
I think the Vikings should get some bunch of comp picks for the whole collusion shit going on.
You're one of those people, aren't you?
Come on now, give it to me.
There's one. I remember reading that. I don't remember if I was on Twitter or Facebook. One of these guys is like, "Oh, the Falcons should have to give their first round pick to the Vikings because."
First, come on, I didn't say anything like that. but can we
No,
get a
not you.
third at
Somebody
least?
on Facebook or Twitter was saying that, and I'm just
Give
like,
us a third at least.
"That's
Come
not
on
how that
now.
works." By the way, they'll
Yeah.
get a third round comp pick next year for Kirk Cousins. That's part
They
of the
should
reason
get
they were
two.
okay trading the
Give it
third and the
two.
fourth away for.
Or we'll trade both of our second round picks in for a third, or both of our third round picks that are comped from us because of the whole shit for a second. We'll just trade that in for that.
You know, their
Yeah.
mistake.
That whole
was-
thing with that was crazy.
You know, the mistake for the Vikings though with Ezra Cleveland, not keep either. You could have kept him because he signed for next to nothing with the Jaguars.
Jermaine Burton goes to the Bengals.
Is that who in there?
Jermaine Burton to the Bengals.
Okay. So when I was trying to build out my 7-round mock, I ran out of time to do it, but I'm like, I will make sure Jermaine Burton goes to the Cowboys in like the 3rd round. I think he's a guy that is super, super talented, but you want to talk about all the issues in the world? We got all the issues in the world, man.
What are the issues?
He's not very coachable. He almost got, he essentially got ran out of Georgia and transferred to Alabama. Almost got, if Alabama's wide receiver room was any good at all, he probably would have got ran out of Alabama too. He's a very talented player. He's just a head case. I think it was when they lost to, I think it was Tennessee. The fans stormed on the field, right? And he punched the lady.
What?
Yeah, look it up.
He punched a lady.
Yeah, he punched one of the people that stormed on the field.
He's a perfect fit for the Bengals. Hey, he's a perfect. Sorry to say this, but he's a perfect fit for the Bengals. I mean, Joe Mixon also punched a lady. So
he not only punched a lady, he punched his pregnant baby mama
in the restaurant, dude.
Now he's a Texans player. And it sucks because I like Joe Mixon, the player, but Joe Mixon, the person, when he was younger, not so good.
He's not a good person.
I mean, I think he's all right now. It's just you made some, people are young and make dumb mistakes. Jermaine Burns is young and makes every mistake. But he's a 1st-round talent at wide receiver, but he's going to the 3rd round. I'm surprised he's going this high. And when he comes around to rookie draft time, he's probably going to go pretty high because he's paired with Joe Burrow now, and T. Higgins wants to trade. Jermaine Burton is a guy that will function best as a number 2 wide receiver in a team. This is probably a good landing spot for him. He probably could play some slot this year if they do maintain T. Higgins and don't trade him. So it could work out. It could be all right, but there's a lot of concerns at the same time. It's like the equivalent of drafting Antonio Brown without knowing the ceiling. It's kind of like that. Not saying he's anywhere near as good as Antonio Brown is or will be, but.
So what's the difference between a special compensatory pick and a regular compensatory pick?
I don't remember. Don't ask me. Google it. Google. Who's got the special one? Oh, you know what it probably is though. So the regular one's probably a guy from your team signs as a free agent, and you get a comp pick based on how much they signed for, essentially. So if it's a big contract, like a Kirk Cousins type of contract, or something like that, you're gonna get a 3rd-round comp pick. Say it's somebody that signs for $5 million or something. We'll just use Javon Kinlaw for the 49ers. He signed with the Jets for $5 million or $6.5 million or whatever it was. They're probably going to get a 5th, 6th-round comp pick for him next year.
So Vikings should
get the special one. The special one is probably the one where if you have a minority assistant, get hired by another team, you get a 3rd-round comp pick.
Or if you're tampering, I think that should be one too.
Losing picks.
You don't believe me?
Vikings don't gain anything.
They should get because they were that's why I think the whole that's why he's he didn't know. Did you see that whole thing where he didn't know? He didn't know. If he would have known, do you think if he would have known that they were going to go out and pick Penix, that he would have signed there?
Probably not.
Do you think he trusts his? Do you think he trusts the Falcons now after that?
I don't know.
Kind of a blind side. Would you?
And like what we said earlier, they said, okay, so they're saying they're not going to play Michael Penix for 4 to 5 years. I don't really truly think that they believe that. I think, Kirk Cousins is a 2-year guy, and they hope Penix after that. And if something happens to Kirk Cousins in the meantime, then you got Penix to throw in there. I also think there's a chance that they don't believe that Kirk Cousins is going to be ready by week 1. So if he's not ready, so let's just say he starts the year on the pup, so he's going to miss at least 4 games because that's what the pup is now. You could also,
it's a lot of
the day, it used to be 6 games. But but here's the thing though. Let's just say Michael Penix plays the first games, he plays reasonably well. Let's just say Kirk Cousins comes back, he takes the starting job. Maybe he never gets the starting job back. Maybe this is a Tom Brady situation, Who knows? I don't know. Like, there's a lot of different ways you can look at this. I don't, the knee-jerk reaction that everybody has is it's a terrible pick and all this stuff. I understand some of the logic behind it, but taking that at number 8 is kind of the big deal. If you took him at 28, nobody even talks about this. Probably.
Seahawks just took Christian Haynes, guard UConn.
So when we were talking about the Bears' interior offense line pick with Anthony, I'm just like, I asked him about Christian Haynes because I'm not a big fan of Christian Haynes. I think when you watch him at the Senior Bowl, the 1-on-1 reps he gets stood up too easily, even though he's supposed to be like this big play strength guy. Reminds me a little bit of Steve Avila last year, probably a little bit more athletic than him. TCU guard that went to the Rams. He was okay for the Rams. The Seahawks have a big need at interior offensive line, so he probably fits in and plays, maybe even week 1. I don't think he's the greatest scheme fit for them. I think they would be more happy with somebody a little bit more athletic on the interior. Because if you look at Grubb coming over as the offensive coordinator from Washington, if you look at the Washington offensive line, what did they kind of have? Fontana, Rosengard, they're all kind of athletic along that offensive line. And Charles Cross, pretty athletic at left tackle. Abraham Lucas, he was fairly athletic at right tackle, but he's been having some knee issues. Their center, Olatimi, Michigan guy. Greg, I'm saying something nice about a Michigan guy. I liked him quite a bit last year. He was like a 5th-round pick, though. Pretty athletic, though. I liked him at the Senior Bowl. He's probably going to start his center. So then there's two guard spots is kind of what they had open. But you think they would fill it with a little bit more athletic guard for this scheme is what I would assume. Tip Ryman went at 82.
Yeah, to the Cardinals. They have Trey McBride. They're standing around their room like they're confused.
So Tip Ryman probably should have been a day 3 pick, but he's a big guy. He's 270 pounds. So you think of him as more of a blocker, but he's actually really athletic too. Didn't have a ton of production in Illinois because it's Illinois and they don't want to run the ball more or less. He did kind of split tight end snaps there at times. So as a number 2 tight end, athletic guy, a big guy, a guy that can block some, makes some sense. But in the 3rd round, when you have a lot of needs on your team, maybe a little bit more questionable. You any questions about that?
Yeah, I don't. Does that help or hurt Trey McBride?
I don't think it makes much of a difference, honestly. I think it's just more 2 tight end sets that they can use and have 2 decent guys out there.
Damn, the Rams just took Blake Corum.
So the Rams did?
Yep.
Kyron Williams. Remember when we said they don't have any loyalty to Kyron Williams?
That's so funny, dude.
Here it is. Greg, should we check on you, Greg? Because he was trying to say good. He was saying all that nice stuff about Kyron Williams. And then Blake Corum goes, I think it'll be interesting. We'll see how it pans out.
He's like, well, I mean, he'll be in the same town as his coach. He can hang out with his coach.
Not the same team though. Maybe they'll trade. Maybe like the Rams are just like, we'll take him and then like charge like the Chargers more to get him. Just tangle him out in front of Jim Harbaugh. Hey, we got your guy. It's like the commercial with the dollar in front of him.
Yeah,
gotta be quicker than that.
What are your thoughts on this fit? Is it a good fit or?
I mean, I don't think it's a bad fit. I just think it's interesting because you got Kyron Williams, but I don't think. But like at the end of the day, like Kyron Williams is not big. He's probably like he should not have a full workload again because we've seen what happens with that. He got hurt last year. He got hurt his rookie year. His rookie year is kind of a fluke though. He got hurt in special teams and had a high ankle sprain, so can't really write that too much to the workload. But
so Jared Verse, Brandon Fisk, which you absolutely love.
Like those 2 guys to start. Like I get you're losing Aaron Donald. You're losing a Hall of Famer. But you have Kobe Turner on the defense line who played amazing as a rookie. And then you had 2 very, very high impact defensive linemen. Like that's what you need to make up the gap of losing Aaron Donald, is getting 2 very high impact players that are going to come in and produce right away. And I don't have question marks about those guys at all. And let's go back to like even Jared Verse too. Like he has upside still. Like he's not, I don't think he's fully developed yet. He started at the University of Albany. He started as a tight end, then transitioned to defensive end, played like 2 years of defensive end there, went to Florida State, had 2 really good years of defensive end there. But, you know, the guy's only played defensive end for a couple of years now. I think he can still get better.
5 Michigan players have been selected so far.
Hey, and no offensive lineman. Sorry, Greg.
I thought he said that they would have. What's the record for teams? What's the record amount?
15, 16? Georgia had it a couple of years ago. That's all I know. And they like just squeaked over it because it was like because they were like one short of the record. Then their punter got drafted, and then like John Fitzpatrick, like the blocking tight end for them, just happened to get drafted by the Falcons. Granted,
Roman Wilson.
Granted, there was a guard for them that year that should have got drafted that didn't get drafted, that signed as a priority free agent, undrafted with the Falcons. So I'll give them that. If you switch out the guard for the tight end, it probably evens out. But the punter still got drafted too.
Another Michigan player goes.
Who?
Roman Wilson, Steelers.
Why? I don't get it. Like, why would you draft Roman? Like, Roman Wilson and Calvin Austin are not that different. Like, I don't get drafting the same guy. Like, I like Calvin Austin quite a bit. Like, I remember watching like Kenny Gainwell tape, and I'm just like, who the heck's this wide receiver over here? Because he's fantastic, Calvin Austin. But it's just like, I don't know. Take Troy Franklin. Just take Troy Franklin. Why is Troy Franklin not getting picked? I don't know.
Maybe the Vikings can get him. When do they pick? They have a 4th rounder. I know that.
If Troy Franklin doesn't go in the first 3 rounds, like there's something bad happening
tomorrow.
Like there's some dirt on him or something. And if you're a team that can get Troy Franklin around 4, whoo-wee.
Vikings and pick 8, round 4. We need another receiver. We need one more guy.
They don't have much in their wide receiver room, really. Like outside of like they got Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison, but after that, like what do they?
Yeah, KJ Osborne. I'm really sad that they let him go.
And they let him go for like next to nothing.
Yeah, I don't get that.
Like
he was a great, 3 guy. Like he was very dependable. His hands were great. He come in.
I don't know. Like I don't know how you feel about Kwesi as GM, but I don't think he's done a good job.
Yeah, you should know me. I don't think so either. I think he's done great so far this year. I think they've done.
Maybe.
I mean, I'm gonna have to say that they were very patient. They let the draft kind of fall to them. They kind of moved up a couple times. Yeah, I mean, obviously,
I think they gave up too much to go get Turner. Like at the end of the day, but like if that's your guy and you like him, then you like him. I just think Dallas Turner is a lot more boom bust than a lot of people.
I like him.
Man, I don't know. Like it's just like the whole thing for me. Like it's like you have him and Grenard together, and they're just so much like similar players, in my opinion. So,
I don't know why they went and got him.
I don't know. Like he's had decent production the last couple of years.
Y'all got the better deal there. Y'all got the better.
Coming out of Florida in that first year with the Texans, I'm like, this guy sucks. And then all of a sudden, it just kind of clicked. But
I mean, y'all got the better player now.
Daniil Hunter.
Yeah.
If he's healthy.
So good, man. It sucks that we had to let him go because he's like absolutely elite.
Did they bring back DJ Wanham or not?
I think he's still there.
Did they re-sign him or not? Because he was a free agent. Because that's a big piece for their defense. He's a South Carolina guy, ain't he?
Yeah, I think you're right.
DJ Wanham?
Yeah, I think you're right.
5th round pick, I think.
So Mel Kiper says
Let's
that
see
they
if
need
he's
a
still
running
there.
back, a wide receiver, and a tackle for the Browns.
Running back, wide receiver. Oh, dude. They don't need Troy. I don't think they need Troy Franklin, but Troy Franklin is better than Elijah Moore and Jerry Jeudy.
Yeah, well, it's not saying
Somebody's gonna quote this and like try to blow it up on my face later, but he's better than those two.
Fantasy receipts is gonna get you.
Come at me, bro. DJ Wanham signed with the Carolina Panthers, by the way.
Oh yeah, we lost everybody.
26 years old from South Carolina. I was
Yeah.
right. I know too much.
DJ
random
Camp.
stuff.
What do you think about him?
Who do you go to?
He's still up there. Mel's best available.
Oh. Yeah, I think he's interesting. He's a bigger corner. He didn't run as well. Probably a guy that needs to play in zone.
Troy Franklin. You think Troy? Yeah, I would like to see.
I don't think the Browns will take Troy Franklin. I'm
I
just
think
saying.
they need to have Gary Barnidge come out here and make a pick.
Is that who's picking?
No, but it should be him. The barnyard dog. Remember that butt catch he had?
He had one good year in his life.
Hey, he was relevant. He was actually very helpful for a lot of people that needed tight end. He was a great screamer.
Technically, I was wrong. DJ Wanham was a 4th round pick, not a 5th round pick, but it was the very end of round 4. So
Zach Zinter.
That's who the pick is?
Yep.
Hey, that's a good pick. Hey, Greg, we got a Michigan lineman finally going.
More Michigan.
So Zinter is a very, very good guard. He's more, I don't know if it's a great scheme fit though, because he's more of that power gap guy than what Stefanski's probably going to want to run, but he's a very, very good player. Unfortunately, though, Zinter broke his leg and he was like putting that air cast and whatever and like carted off. I don't remember who they were playing when that happened though. It was towards the end of the year. It wasn't like in the playoffs or anything else like that. I don't think, if I remember correctly, but hopefully he comes back from that leg injury. Hopefully he's 100%, and hopefully he can be a similar type of player to what he was previously.
Eagles made a trade.
He's a guy. Zinter's a guy that they don't need to play right away though. He's going to be a good quality backup if he's the same player that he was pre-leg injury.
So Eagles made a trade with the 49ers. 49ers on the clock.
Oh, 49ers up?
Yep. They're probably going to take a receiver, right?
They took Pearsall already.
They're going to take more.
Oh. You know, we draft. They aren't. Like, yeah, I get they're probably going to trade one of Debo or Brandon.
Evan Stefanski, dude, this is a handsome man. He should have been our coordinator. Or he should have been our OC.
Head coach? He was your offensive coordinator for a year.
He should have been head coach, too. He played this here for like 15-something years. He was here for a long time. He played multiple roles.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm not a fan of him. I think like he's a decent coach, but he's not like this big high praise guy like everybody wants to make him out to be. He's got a lot of talent on a team, and every once in a while they do all right. And every once in a while Joe Flacco carries you, apparently. You too can have dreams.
He saw that coming. Dominic Pooney, Kansas.
Who took him?
49ers.
Okay, so Pooney played guard and tackle at Kansas. Very versatile, really good Senior Bowl week. He even took some snaps at center in the Senior Bowl. It's a good pick for the 49ers because he's a guy that's going to be a good scheme fit. Probably doesn't have to play right away. They can probably develop him a little bit. But in time, he could be a quality starter for them. It's a good pick.
Dallas is next. Dallas is on the clock next.
No, the 49. I kind of like this 49ers draft. You know, they got Ricky Pearsall in the first round. I like him. He can play inside. He can play out.
We're not
trade away out. You can play that spot. Renardo Green, starter at corner, potentially on the opposite side of Ward, could be a really good player. And, Pooney's a guy that's going to develop into a decent starter offensive line. Pretty good draft.
Kyle Shanahan, he's like, hey, it's your coach. You ready to go on Monday? Cowboys on the clock here. Pick us in. What is Jerry going to do?
You got to tell these You got to tell these picks to hurry up.
Oh, Anthony says, tell me more about how good Kyron Williams will be again.
That's what I said when it happened. It's like, oh, Kyron Williams. Oh, look, Blake Corum. So for fantasy, you just draft whatever guy gets drafted later, I guess. Or, maybe you just draft Zach Evans because he did nothing his rookie year, and then all of a sudden he becomes the guy because that's what happens in the Rams backfield. Right? Am I wrong?
You're right.
Dude, Zach Evans has like no vision. Like
why they
Trent Richardson memes. That's Zach Evans. And Zach Evans coming out of high school is the highest rated running back recruit out of high school. You know who was number 2? A guy that got drafted in the first round last year by the Atlanta Falcons.
Oh, Bijan.
You know who that is?
Bijan.
Yeah, he's ahead of Bijan coming out of high school.
That's crazy.
He got drafted in the 7th round by the Rams.
That's wild. That is wild.
It's not where you start; it's where you finish.
It's true. All right, so top needs for the boys here, offensive line.
Yeah. Well, they drafted 2 offensive linemen already. They got Tyler Guy and they got Cooper Beebe, so I think they're probably all right there. They could take a third one in theory. They could use a wide receiver.
Yeah.
Ooh. Troy Franklin to replace Michael Gallup. That sounds pretty good.
You love that. So Dak Prescott value goes up.
I mean, he might be an upgrade over Michael Gallup. Not sure yet. Over this version of Michael Gallup. Let's just put it that way. Not pre-ACL Michael Gallup. Pre-ACL Michael Gallup, there's a good year and a half in there where he's pretty good. They could go corner. I think corner makes some sense. I don't think they're a TJ Tampa team. Who else is available at corner right now? Don't know. They could go linebacker too. Their linebackers aren't great.
Yeah, you're right.
So take a kicker. No, they don't need a kicker. They got Brandon Aubrey. Okay, they'll take a punter.
Dude, he's my favorite kicker in the NFL.
Yeah.
You want to know why? Because Dak is not a finisher. That's why Aubrey comes in and he steps in and he's a finisher. Dude was getting he is why you have kickers in fantasy because of outliers like him and Justin Tucker. It's the same thing as that. They're the same thing as tight ends. It's only 3 or 4 elite guys or one super elite guy and a couple of great guys, but it's the same kind of philosophy. That's why people sometimes will draft, if you do kickers, you'll see Tucker or somebody like that fall a couple rounds earlier. But Aubrey, man, last year in Scott Fishbowl, he was
he was Scott Fish last year too. Last year, he
was putting up big points, 20, 25 points. You're like, yo, my kicker.
Last year, I actually leaned into the whole 2 kicker thing, but you were on sleeper, right?
Yeah.
So you can still only use 1 kicker on sleeper, right?
Are they all on sleeper this year? I think they're. I wish sleeper would. Man, for how big Scott Fish is, and for how much they're doing for having people come to sleeper for that, I would feel like they would do accommodate some of his rules. Develop a way to.
I mean,
have 2 kickers.
Don't get me wrong, sleeper's great and all, but I personally am not the biggest fan of sleeper.
I like it just because it's user friendly.
It's I don't know. I get MFL some of the stuff being kind of clunky, not the most user friendly.
Drafting is super clunky.
Yeah, drafting is. I would like to see. I know you weren't the biggest fan of Fantrax, but
Liafo.
What?
Maurice Liafo.
Oh, the Notre Dame kid.
Yep.
Probably earlier than I thought he'd go. Is he? I always mix up the Notre Dame linebackers because there's one that's more of a Mike, JD Bertrand, and Maurice. I always mix the 2 guys up. So I probably need to talk about this one more tomorrow when I figure out which one's which again. I think he was the off-ball guy though, which is kind of weird. I feel like they would want to take a Mike linebacker. Because like right now, if you look at what they played at linebacker last year, was Damone Clark and Marquise Bell, a safety, playing down at linebacker at like 210 pounds. So any linebacker is probably an upgrade for the Cowboys.
Thanks, Jerry, for hanging out with us.
Can we get
So what
the
do you
last
think about
12 picks?
this? Go ahead. You're good.
Can we get the last 12 picks in like the next 15 minutes?
Yeah, I mean, we'll get what we can get through until once it hits 10, we can skedaddle if we need to.
Yep. Because then I got to get ready for work.
Oh, work. How boring.
And all right. I'm going to work all for you people out there listening. They're still listening. If you haven't done so already, subscribe to this YouTube channel because we got people like me up here till 10 o'clock at night. I'll go to work 11 to 7. I come home, take a 3-hour nap, and we're doing all day 3 after that.
Day 3, coach is
On a
whipping.
3-hour nap. By around 7, I will guarantee that I will be a zombie. But those are the guys I like talking about more.
I know it is. That's why I was like, I need coach on day 3.
So Jerry here's like kind of surprised the Cowboys haven't drafted a running back. So the thing with like the running back too is there's like this big cluster of running backs.
Packers
too.
just took a running back.
Who?
South Carolina, Marshawn Lloyd. I like him.
Oh, Packers took him.
Yeah,
That's a decent scheme fit too.
I like Marshawn Lloyd.
He
dude.
could play. He could play. I'm not saying he's Aaron Jones, but he could play a little bit of that role because he's a bigger guy than Aaron Jones is though because he's closer to like 220. But he's also really athletic. He's a good zone runner in theory, at least, and he can kind of catch the ball out of the backfield. The biggest thing with Marshawn Lloyd, he had that ACL injury back in his South Carolina days.
Yep.
He did play at USC last year, though, too. I think you said South Carolina, but they're both USC for what it's worth.
Yeah, but he did play at South Carolina, too.
To start.
A lot of his highlights were from South Carolina.
Yeah. He was a 4-star recruit there. Played very, very minimal like that first year, which was kind of like a redshirt freshman year. Tore his ACL, had a decent year in a committee backfield in South Carolina, transfers to USC. Plays pretty well at USC. He's pretty athletic. He has a tendency to try to bounce things to the outside a little bit too much, though. That's like his greatest weakness. Got really good feet, though. Like I said, it's a pretty decent Aaron Jones replacement. If you have AJ Dillon, you probably just like if you can trade AJ Dillon for anything in Dynasty right now, you might as well do it because he ain't worth nothing.
Yeah, I like the Marshawn Lloyd pick here. Tyke Smith, safety from Georgia, goes to the Bucks.
Hey, remember when I talked about him earlier and you say he's way down the list? He was not way down the list. You're looking at the wrong list.
Yeah, I'm just telling you what that's what NFL has, NFL.com.
So Tyke Smith, you said you went to where?
He went to the Bucks.
Okay, this could be bad for the Bucks.
Maybe they reached then.
No. Not because they didn't reach on the pick. I think this is where he probably should get drafted right around this range. The bad part is this is a guy that can play some slot, a guy that can play some safety. Who on Tampa Bay, who on the Bucks plays slot and safety right now? Antoine Winfield Jr.
Oh, yeah.
If they're putting him here, this could be a pick for next year, which means they're not going to sign a contract extension with Antoine Winfield Jr. because I think he still has yet to sign one. That's why it could be bad news. You know?
Cardinals pick is in.
I like to look at the big picture here, you know?
All right, Cardinals, what are they taking here? Pick
anything.
90. Cardinals select Elijah Jones.
Who?
Elijah Jones.
So Boston College corner, super athletic. So they're taking another DB. They're just taking like all these athletic guys, though. They took Max Melton in the second. They took Elijah Jones here. They are just throwing as many good athletes at that cornerback position. And both these guys have decent production, too. They have a lot of experience. And they're just saying, we're going to load up on athletes at corner and let the best guy win.
It is smart.
It's not a bad idea.
No, he does look great.
Yeah. He's a weird one because it's just like he's pretty athletic. He's got production, but like nobody really valued him highly. It was weird. He's a really smart kid too.
Packers pick is in. They're rolling now. They heard you calling.
Yeah.
So Tip Ryman and Elijah Jones. That's who they took in the 3rd round, the Cardinals.
Did they only have 1 second-round pick or 2? I can't remember.
I don't remember either.
Because they took Marvin Harrison Jr. in the first, obviously.
Oh, no,
Then
they had a
took-
decent. Yeah, I think they also had two second-round
I
picks.
think so. I'm trying to think of like who all they've taken so far, because they took Marvin Harrison Jr. They took Robinson, the defensive lineman out of Missouri. Took Max Melton. They took Elijah Jones. They took Tip Ryman. I think there's another 2nd-round pick in there though. It's a pretty decent draft for the Cardinals. Oh, they took Isaiah Adams in there somewhere too.
There you go.
To play guard. So I think it's a pretty decent draft for them. There's like a couple like player preferences of guys I'd probably prefer over some of their picks, but it's not a bad draft. Like if we're going like A through F, it's probably a B.
Jerry says, besides Vikings and Bears, who do you think has the best draft?
I think we'll probably have to look at this all on paper though, like because I think there's a lot of teams that have had good drafts. I don't know like who stands out as like the greatest draft. Trying to think of like who all the Eagles picked. Eagles always have good drafts though. It feels like
They had some really good, corner
they took Quinyon Mitchell to start. And they got Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean. That's pretty good.
Yeah, that's their
you got
defense is gonna be solid.
Like if you consider Cooper DeJean a corner, there's some people that had Cooper DeJean, the top 1 or 2 corners, and they got him and Quinyon Mitchell. So those were like up there in the top 3 corners on a lot of people's boards.
Yeah,
you got 2 of them.
Yeah, that's a good start. The Eagles
That's a very good start.
I mean, fall to them.
Say it again.
They've had these players fall to them.
It's what happens to the Eagles every year. They just sit there, wait for everything to happen.
You see that interview with Mika?
What?
You see the interview with Mika Parsons?
Well,
he talks about they asked him. They were doing the live draft, and he was there. And the one dude he was drafting, the Mika's like, he's like, and the guy's like, how do you feel about this pick? He's like, I'm disgusted. he's like, every year the Eagles. He's like, how he's got to be the luckiest guy in the world.
When did the Eagles did just take somebody else pretty recently too.
Players just fall to them.
Hey, if you're the GM and your picks up, why don't you just take the best player? That a lot of teams say they do that, but it feels like certain teams end up doing that a lot more often than other teams. Let's put it that way. Like the Eagles and the Steelers usually end up being that way.
Yeah, I like
the Steelers have had a couple drafts that have been kind of hit or miss though. And sorry, Greg, I ain't sure about this Roman Wilson pick. I really ain't. Like, I would much rather have Troy Franklin on the outside because I think he can play on the outside better than Roman Wilson.
All right,
I think Roman Wilson's a lot more redundant to Calvin Austin. Well, that's me.
Let's get this Packers pick. Let's get a couple more picks in before Coach has got to go.
We might stretch this to 10:05. We'll see.
He says he's stretching it out for you folks.
Yep. I'll take my 2-minute shower.
Pick is in. Come on, walk through that door.
Who's it? Did you say the Packers are up?
Packers are up, followed by Tampa Bay, then Baltimore.
So who the heck? The Packers are going to take somebody weird here. They haven't really taken weird picks yet.
But Ray says, "You the man, Coach."
Okay, so when Iggy was on here too, we were talking a little bit about the Jordan Morgan pick. So
Tyron Hopper.
That's who they picked? UTEP?
Yep.
So they picked another linebacker.
Yeah.
So they're really trying to pluck away at this linebacker position. When you only play 2 on the field at the same time, you got Isaiah McDuffie, who already knows the scheme and isn't bad, but he's going to be gone after this year because he's going to have a decent year because he's in the scheme that he did well in college. And apparently, maybe they don't like Quay Walker. Maybe the new defensive coordinator doesn't like Quay Walker, which I wouldn't.
I like Quay Walker a lot.
For IDP, maybe.
Yeah, for IDP.
Like so there's always guys that score better in IDP than they actually play in real life. Let's just put it that way, especially at the
Tackle.
line, like at the linebacker position. So like Zach Cunningham, when he was on the Texans for years and years and years, yeah, he got a lot of tackles, but he also like got to the guy, wrapped him up, and then the guy just drug him for 4 yards and then happened to fall down. And that's still a tackle. He had a lot of those.
So Green Bay, Jordan Morgan, Edrin Cooper, Javon Bullard, Marshawn Lloyd, and Tyron Hopper.
Tyron Hopper, I mean, I kind of liked him, but like a 5th round pick, not a 3rd round pick. This is the typical Green Bay Packer picking a guy two rounds earlier than he should be picked. That's what they love to do.
Jalen McMillan, Washington,
wait.
wide receiver, Buccaneers.
On the ticker, you got Tyron Hopper, Missouri. Didn't he go to UTEP?
Oh, yeah, I must have. I'll have to. Doesn't matter.
I was just like, wait a second. I'm pretty sure that guy went to UTEP, which little funny that they got rid of Aaron Jones and then they drafted another kid from UTEP right after that, because that's where he went.
Jalen McMillan, wide receiver.
Where'd he go?
Buccaneers.
He went to the Buccaneers?
Yeah.
Okay. You know what that means? The Buccaneers are telling us a lot in this draft. It means they're probably going to let Antoine Winfield Jr. walk next year. And what does Jalen McMillan tell us about Tampa Bay? Who are they letting walk at wide receiver next year?
Not Mike Evans.
No. Okay. Jalen McMillan is a big slot wide receiver. Who is a big slot wide receiver on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers?
Yeah, I feel you.
What?
I said, yeah, I feel what you're saying here.
Chris Godwin.
Yeah, Mr. Chris. Ooh.
Jalen McMillan could come in and play a little bit. Like Godwin can play a little bit on the outside. McMillan could play a little bit on the outside. So it makes some sense there, but he is going to be your Chris Godwin replacement.
Man.
So I mean, like if you're doing your rookie, like say, okay, if you want to go back to fantasy football for a second, in your rookie drafts, Jalen McMillan is probably not going to get drafted too highly, right?
But he'll be a good guy
because he went to Tampa. And there's 2 guys ahead of him, but Godwin's gone after this year, and he's going to take the Godwin role. Granted, the Godwin role last season was not good with Baker.
It'd be a really great taxi squad pick. Perfect to put on your taxi squad.
He's like, if you can get him in the 3rd round, 4th round, it's a pretty good pick.
Oh yeah,
let him sit for a year, marinate.
Mr. Christopher.
Yeah, Godwin. But where was I going with this still? So last year, though, Chris Godwin roles was not that great. But Dave Canales' offense typically favors the wide receiver 1. Baker Mayfield typically favors the wide receiver 1, too. And that was part of the problem with the Cleveland Browns, though. That's why Odell got so mad, is because the wide receiver 1 to Baker Mayfield was Jarvis Landry. That's who he targeted first and foremost. He tried to push the ball down to the field sometimes to Odell and force feed him at times because he was a prima donna, but Jarvis was the number 1 option there.
I would say, yeah, I agree with that. But Evans, man, if he was my wide receiver 1, I'd definitely be trying to feed him too. He's very reliable.
Oh, he is. And Mike Evans probably had the most consistent year of his career with Baker Mayfield last year. Not saying Baker Mayfield's the best quarterback he's ever played with, because he played with Tom Brady. I also played with Channing Manziel in college, so.
Money Manziel, baby.
Yeah. Drugs, man.
He says drugs.
Okay.
Oh man, come on, Ravens. Let's get this.
We got like 5 minutes for 7 picks. So whatever we don't like, if there's a couple picks that happen after 10:05 tonight, we'll come back tomorrow morning. We'll talk about it right away. And I think probably starting off day 3, we'll probably talk about, hey, these are the guys that we're surprised are still here. Why are they still here? Troy Franklin's still here. Why the heck is Troy Franklin still here? I don't know. Like, honestly, I don't know. He doesn't really have an injury history. As far as I know, he has no off the field issues. He is probably the best deep ball guy in the draft, especially when it comes to deep ball tracking, at least. Some people would question his hands. Didn't have the greatest gauntlet drill at the combine, but Is that a reason to knock you from like second round to fourth round? Probably not. And he's gotten better every single year at Oregon. His production has gotten better. And if Bo Nix didn't underthrow him a crap ton of times, he would have had 250 more receiving yards. And yes, I'm estimating for 250, but it's probably somewhere between 200 and 300 receiving yards that, like, if Bo Nix doesn't underthrow him on some of these throws, some of these go routes, he scores a touchdown and gets an extra 30 yards on them. And that happened, at least 8 times.
So what do we got here? Eagles, Bills, Jags, Bengals, Steelers, Rams, Commanders. So we'll probably get through three here.
So you say what?
Eagles, Bills, Jags, Bengals, Steelers, Rams, Commanders.
Watch the Eagles just be like, screw it, we'll take Troy Franklin anyways.
I mean, they could.
Yeah, I get you signed Devonta Smith and AJ Brown, like long term. Why not add a deep threat? You don't even have to play him more than 20% of snaps a game, but you just throw him out there and scare the crap out of the defense.
Deshaun Jackson style.
You know who else they got in their wide receiver room this year? The guy that's led the league in least amount of separation the last 3 years.
Who's that?
Devontae Parker. He's also.
Oh, yeah, that's right. They did sign him.
He has the least amount of separation of all NFL wide receivers the past 3 seasons. He's
That's
consistent,
so
but he is a great contested catch ball guy.
He said he's consistent.
But here's the difference, though. You think of some of these other guys that haven't panned out at the NFL level because they can't separate, right? He actually wins the contested catch balls. He actually just, like, every once in a while, he just gets open. He had the one really good year where Fitzpatrick just threw the ball up to him and he went out and caught it every time. Like, he led the league in contested catches or contested catch rate. I think it was 2 or 3 years ago. We got any more yet?
Adisa Isaac, linebacker, Penn State, going to the Ravens.
Okay, so he's an edge player. He was one of the guys we talked about a little bit earlier, too. Like, he's the guy that played opposite chop. I don't think there's much upside with him. He's like just a guy. It's kind of like Christian Braswell, but it's in the 3rd round and the second round instead of the 2nd round. So it's fine to go here. Like, it's just a guy that's going to rotate in on the edge. So cool.
What's up, Mel? You're going to have to come by tomorrow. We're about to get out of here soon. Tomorrow at noon Central time, right? No. Yep. Yeah. Right?
No. It's
11 Central.
Noon Eastern time, so 11 Central. As much as I like to sleep that extra, hour.
Yeah, it would be nice. I got to get up early, too, and I got to make graphics, video, all the stuff for the show. So, let's see here. We can probably get out of here if you want to.
Okay, let me just I'm going to go on the old Twitter and see if we got any picks coming in before they actually come in on your TV, okay?
Well,
I haven't done it all night. But we'll see.
Eagles are on the clock. Yeah, Mel, we've been here for about 4 hours. We've been on for about 4 hours. Yeah, we've been on for about 4 hours already. But yeah, anybody that's in here, we got about 226 people viewing right now. But I want to say thank you everybody for watching. We will be back on tomorrow, 12 Eastern time, to cover day 3. I'd say hop on our Discord at the Sports Affiliation. We'll be talking about stuff over there. We really want to build that community. So Jalix Hunt, Edge, Houston
Christian. So this guy started out his college career as a safety. He's now a defensive end.
That's crazy. He bulked up.
They just kind of moved him there and then kind of figured it out. And then he kind of bulked up a little bit here and there, but can't remember where he started off his college career. Somewhere up in the Northeast. I can't remember. It's one of the smarter schools. Then he went to Houston Christian, got transitioned to defensive end. He is a very, very, very much developmental prospect, but he's on the Eagles, which means, guess what? He doesn't have to play too much to start off, and he's probably going to be awesome in 2 years.
So he's like that hybrid style safety linebacker.
Yeah, except he's a defensive end. He went from safety to defensive end. He's got a lot of length. He's still kind of learning the position, but if anybody's going to make him good, it's probably going to be the Eagles.
Nick Sirianni. He's such a tool.
I'm going to refresh this one more time, see if we got any other pick.
Bills picks in, it says.
Well, if the Twitter spirit ever.
Well, she's selecting it right now. And then we'll get out up here after this pick.
Okay. So I think we're going to miss like
Dwayne Carter.
And who
Defensive
picked
tackle.
him? Who picked him again?
Bills.
The Bills picked him?
Yep.
Okay, so Dwayne Carter, if you go off of the 2022 tape, he looked really good. 2023, not so good. Or not as good. Can't say not so good. He's still a good player, but he'd probably be a second round pick if we drafted him last year. So Bills definitely need help along that defensive line. They've lost a lot of those rotational guys. They like to rotate a lot of guys, so he's going to fit in real good there. Congratulations.
All right. On that note, we are going to get out of here. We appreciate everyone joining us tonight. Like I said, we will be back tomorrow at 12 Eastern to cover day 3.
I believe there's like 4 other picks left in round 3. We'll go over those right away in the morning when we come back for day number 3. For everybody listening, though, if you have not done so already, subscribe to the YouTube channel, the Sports Affiliation. Some of you are watching on YouTube, some of you are watching on Twitter. I think you got this on Facebook too, right?
Yep.
If you haven't done so, go over to the YouTube, hit that subscribe button, hit the like button, all that good stuff. Leave a comment about how your team is doing so far in the draft. If you want to also check out my YouTube channel, Coach Craig Sports, definitely do that as well. Mainly DFS content over there. Do a little bit of draft stuff every once in a while, but not as
baseball,
much lately.
Basketball.
I might do some of my draft grade recaps on my own channel though. We'll see if I can squeeze that in time wise this week or not. But otherwise, we'll be back for tomorrow. Also, be sure to check out that Discord. I don't know where you got the Discord at, but let people know.
So just go to Sports Affiliation. If you're on Discord, go check out Sports Affiliation. I think I might have it on here. I do right here. I mean, obviously, you're not going to be able to get that real quick, but check out the Discord. If you need the Discord, come look me up on. If you need a Discord, if you need help getting on the Discord, shoot me a DM at JC Money Design on Twitter. I will help you get on there. I will shoot you a link personally. I can also post something out on this and share it later. But I appreciate everyone coming on tonight. Yeah, like I said, we will be back tomorrow at 12 Eastern.
And tomorrow's the real exciting day.
Oh, yeah.
At least for me. I don't know about everybody else.
Fun prospects. Yeah. Deep dives. All right. We're getting out of here. Appreciate everyone. Peace out.